What's going on, Spittin Chiclets fans? Biz here, and we are going to be in Detroit, Michigan, August 6th and 7th at Greektown Casino. We're going to set up the ball hockey courts. We're going to be playing some roller hockey. And even if you didn't get accepted to play in the tournament, you can still show up and party with us. We're even going to have a little post-game party at where, Whit?
Old Shillelagh's in Detroit. It'll be a time and a half. Come for the hockey, stay for the Pink Whitney. Let's go.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to episode 346 of Spittin Chiclets, presented by Pink Whitney. For my friends at New Amsterdam Vodka here in the Barstool Sports podcast family, what is up, gang? Just an outrageous few days of activity in the NHL. Almost 240 signings, major trades, the biggest goalie carousel I've ever seen. But first, let's say hi to the boys. Mikey Grinelli, we got a big week in Detroit this week. You fired up or what?
Yes. All right. I'm super fired up, but tragedy struck this weekend.
Oh, boy.
I stubbed my toe. I stubbed my toe
fuck
pretty
off,
bad.
Grinelli.
Dude, there's nothing worse than stubbing your toe. It's the fucking worst thing in the world. I stubbed my toe pretty bad. I'm going into Detroit injured.
Soft.
That's all I got to say.
Okay.
Michael Therrien, soft.
Seriously.
Soft.
I gashed my foot in New Hampshire.
It's a long way from the heart.
And didn't say anything. Biz, what's up, buddy? You have some foreign curtains behind you. You still on the road, brother?
I'm in Tampa Bay. I was in Orlando judging the 2021 Miss Hooters pageant.
Oh, so you're a Disney adult. Don't lie.
Made a T-shirt for the trip.
You did take a sweatshirt on.
That might be the biggest tourist trap in all the United States is in Orlando, given with all that the Disney stuff they got going on around there. But we ended up coming over, me and my lady, to Tampa Bay for a couple nights in order to get a little R&R. Did a nice spa day yesterday with, then had a date night, and then brought her home and gave her an absolute licking.
You did? Workbench?
Workbench status. Gave her the angry inch. And we shut her down. And I tell you what, right now, 2021, I think I might be in contention for boyfriend of the year. So that was the kind of weekend it was, and it was nice and relaxing. And then I'm back off to Scottsdale. And then next weekend, the ball hockey with a couple sandbaggers. Everybody's been asking, when's the next sandbagger? We got 2 lined up in Detroit, and then we're going to get Pasha cooking in the lab, and we're going to have those to you probably, hopefully one by the end of August, and then the other one in September. So that was a long intro for me. I'll throw it right back at you. All right.
I always had $1 billion idea, Biz. Build a vasectomy clinic right as you leave Walt Disney World. So every father after 5 days, and I was like, fuck, never again. See you later. End it right now.
Well, we were staying at the Hard Rock, so we didn't see like a ton of kids like crying and going through the whole ordeal. But Whit, you said last time when you went to, was it Disney World or what did you go to?
I went to Disney World. Yeah, that's what it's called.
Okay, because there's a couple of them. The other one's like
Universal. There's Disneyland. That's in California.
Anaheim.
And then Disney World is in Orlando. And yeah, Orlando has every chain in the world. I think there's more international flights to Orlando than any other city in the United States. Now, maybe that's just made up by me, but it is a destination for people across the world to go to Orlando. I'll tell you that right now. And a lot of kids are screaming, crying, but in the end, it's worth it. In the end, you're making memories.
What's a vasectomy when they take the laser and they kind of like snip whatever it is off? Because it's gotten a lot better now.
Yeah, they cut the vas deferens. That is the tube that leads the sperm into your scrotum, which is your semen. Now, not all semen has sperm in it. Once you get a vasectomy, you still produce semen. It just doesn't have sperm, aka the swimmers in it. And I asked my doctor, I said, well, what happens to the sperm? He's like, think of it as a factory that shuts down. When they cut the tube, they just tie it off. So, because if they do a reversal, they untie it and tie it back together. I'm not getting one of those fucking things. But when they tie it off, the sperm just stops making. He's like, the factory just shuts down, but the rest of your body still produces semen. So, you're still chucking nucks like Peter North. You just don't have swimmers in them.
Okay. I thought they did it with
biology lesson on Spittin
I thought
Chiclets.
they did it with a laser now. That's how intense it got. Where they
that's LASIK eye surgery you're thinking.
Oh, okay.
Other side of the body. Ryan Whitney, the Whit Dog. Where's your next road trip other than Detroit?
I don't know. So I have a bunch of things to say. First, Biz might be the only guy in the history of this entire globe that said he wins Boyfriend of the Year after judging a Hooters bikini contest. Unbelievable comment, but I'm sure you did well. Second off, you posted a picture with Caleb Presley, funny bastard.
Oh, my
Everyone knows
goodness.
Caleb, 51 strokes, legend at what he does.
He hosted, funniest host ever.
And Joey Chestnut, that sicko who eats 400 hot dogs in 8 minutes every July 4th, his left toe, you have to see this picture, is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. It makes RA's feet look like a foot model, a foot fetish model. This toe was bent sideways.
Archbishop.
It was about 4 inches long, and I threw up in bed. I actually threw up in bed. We just put new sheets on. I'm on my phone in the morning, looking at Joey's toe. So I got to go to my other co-host now, RA. I'm playing golf, actually. So I played in the We Met Memorial Tournament, an awesome amateur tournament. Showed out Chris Francoeur, wins it for the second year in a row. He's going to play at Louisville next year. I played horrific. 77, then followed up with an 80, including a 9 on the second hole, my second round, which was a par 5. Maybe one of the easier par 5s in the state. I made a 9. I shipped one out of bounds either way. So it was a tough week, but I'm back playing competitive golf. Very happy about that. But the reason I bring this up, I decided to play a practice round the day before. Okay. And I'm playing with a buddy of mine who's a member at Charles River, the course we played at, another buddy who was playing, and then we met. And my friend Joe Harney, the member, he had another member join us, okay? So we're going around Charles River, and we get to the 12th hole, whatever it is, and he's like, hey, I got a ridiculous Rear Admiral story for you. I said, no. I go, you
Let's
know
go.
I go,
Let's go.
You know RA? He goes, no, I don't, but I met him one night. I said, no shit. What happened? He goes, well, he went to Fat Baby, which my buddy Mike Shaw owns. It's a great restaurant in South Boston, sushi spot. And RA one night was sitting in there. I guess he's a frequent, what do you call that? Somebody who goes to restaurant a lot. Frequent customer of this place. Leaves great tips too. Shout out RA. Everyone loves him there. And RA put a tweet out saying, hey, I'm at Fat Baby having dinner, whatever. So this kid I'm with, Buddy, decides to send him a DM. RA, I'm a big fan. I live a few, doors down from Fat Baby. You want to come up and hang out, maybe have some beers? RA responds back, beers. No doubt. I'll come up there. I'll hang out, meet a fan, hang out. Now, granted, he's going to meet a complete stranger, but that's what RA is. He's a man of the people. So I'm listening intently as we're walking down the 13th fairway. He says, RA walks in with a CVS bag with 5 different random beers, sits down, really nice guy, has a couple beers, says, where's the bathroom? Goes into the bathroom, proceeds to take a shit, clog the kid's toilet, walk out, say, nice meeting you guys, have a good one. Maybe the most unbelievable yet believable RA story. I said, wait a minute. I said, so you were sitting at your buddy's place, and RA came in with a CVS bag of 5 beers, said hello, had a beer, clogged your toilet, and left. He goes, he didn't clog my toilet, thank God, but my roommate's toilet was clogged. He was plunging away for the next 2 hours.
Oh, you're his buddy, not his roommate, because that means he would have been living there.
Sorry, excuse me, his buddy. And then it was just a see you later. Just a quick hit for RA at the smash, and then he
the assassin.
So RA, can you explain?
Puts the scope on.
I don't know if the salt and pepper comes from you or the original storyteller, but I was invited to hang up. I don't know if I was waiting for a line or something. I figured, kids DM like, hey, we're so and so address, stop by, and I had
what kind of line?
Twitter line. But anyways, I got to the place. I didn't say, hey, by the way, I gotta use it. It was a cause and effect factor. I'll leave it at that. I was hanging out a little while, might have had something to eat or whatever. And, I had to go to the bathroom all of a sudden. Something caused me to have to go to the bathroom. So I had to go. There was no other options. I couldn't make it home. And hey, it's called shit for a reason. No one wants to do it, but was I going to leave and walk a half a mile home? No, man. It was no women around. It was all dudes. I had a smash. So I smashed. And as far as clogging the toilet, I don't think that happened. I probably used the ample amount of toilet paper, but I don't believe I clogged the toilet.
Okay,
I made it clear that I ruined the fucking place. So I was hardly trying to sneak about it because it tied into the pizza we had that made everybody's stomach upset.
I think you almost got to activate the glutes and do the chopstick dance for the half a mile home, Whit, instead of dropping the no.
It's just so funny to just picture him just rumbling and stumbling into this kid's little
but the fact he came out
the whole place up.
The fact that he came out and just goes, All right, guys. Good meeting you.
He goes, hey
Not
guys,
supposed to smell like roses.
hey guys, thanks a lot for listening.
Peace.
Good luck unclogging that monster back there. But I love you. RA out. And that was it. So I got a real
he gives
kick
them
out
the
of that story.
CVS bag just in case they don't have a plunger so they can use their hand to get it out.
And
Have you ever had to do that?
I was fucking crying laughing. I'm like, this guy is just one of a kind.
In the grand scheme of stories you can hear about me, Whit, I'll take that over.
That's what
I was holding my breath for a few minutes there.
Yeah, imagine a couple of the other stories that people have about RA, like throughout all his years of living, about how the randomness of some of the shit that he's done.
Okay, now back to me. My new mea culpa segment. Mea culpa. Pavel Buchnevich is not Artemi Anisimov. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, last episode I mentioned when Buchnevich was traded from the Rangers to the St. Louis Blues, I said his most memorable moment as a Ranger was when he shot the gun at the Tampa Bay goaltender after scoring. And then immediately, as I was telling the story, I was saying to my own brain, I was like, fuck, Avery was on the Rangers and Vinny Lecavalier was on the Lightning. Buchnevich's been there quite a while.
I think I said it. I said, oh, man, he's been there a while.
Meanwhile, my two dummy co-hosts couldn't fix my mistake, so they let me look like a fool the next morning. I mean, it was like 8 a.m. Grinelli must have dropped it at 6 a.m. I already had 50 tweets. You moron, that was Artemi Anisimov. Buchnevich's still an RFA. How the fuck would he have been in the league when Tampa Bay still had Lecavalier? Mea culpa. I saw a big, lefty, tall, rangy Russian, and I thought it was a different guy. So that's on me. I think there was probably some other mistakes. I'll let any of these guys maybe take some mea culpas they have. But I'm looking forward to this episode, and I cannot wait to see you guys in Detroit and have RA clog somebody.
We got a lot of goalies to talk about.
Yeah, no mea culpas for me. That's
really,
buddy. I mean, a
lot of people are saying that you did not hold the fork for just content reasons that way.
Well, I mean, I think when the show, I'm like, Biz calls me the bus driver. Sometimes I got to concentrate in the road. I can hear you bickering in the back a little, and it's, hey, how many times you guys repeat what I say? 5 seconds later, I'll say something, and you guys will say it after. So, like, I don't want to get too much shit for not catching your fuck up.
Me and her got it on. No, you didn't.
That's one thing that we don't realize is you not only have to, join in on the banter, but you have to drive this thing, RA. So, yeah, credit to you.
Kind of like the parent yelling at the kids in the back, and I got to keep on handling the wheel.
Speaking of that, we used to always fight.
And Grinelli's my fucking Chewbacca too, by the way. Thanks.
You always fight if your dad's reaching into the back and smacking. If you got the seat behind the passenger shotgun seat, you're screwed because the dad can reach back and get you. But if you get the seat behind the driver's seat, he can never get you.
You can put him in an arm bar if you want.
Exactly. So RA's a bus driver and a toilet clogger and a fork holding savage. But in the end, the grossest thing I heard or seen was Joey Chestnut's left toe.
He was a great dude. He got absolutely waffled. So here's a funny little tidbit for you. So he was invited to the Miss Hooters pageant like 5 years ago, and he got so buckled that they gave him a 3-year ban.
He got sussied.
But
was this first year back?
This is first time back. I don't think because last year there wasn't one because everything got, corona'd out. So he got the invite back. But I tell you what, a crowd pleaser. People were loving it. He even got up there and did a little bit of a walk off against Caleb. So I'll tell you what, man, if we ever have like a big event, well, I mean, we do have the ball hockey, but one where we're doing maybe like a big dinner, he needs to host it. He is such an incredible host, like how he can just go off the top. He's got such a calming voice too, where like it doesn't matter how long he goes, it never gets annoying. He's the fucking man. And then what else happened afterward? Let's keep that between us.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. I'm old enough, Whit, where you could just tap the brakes for your kids to get them to smarten up because there was no seatbelts on the car, so they would face smash off the fucking seats. That used to smarten you up back in the day. But then seatbelts came along, so it's no longer an option. All right, boys, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it's already August. That means time at the cottage or the beach pad is dwindling. So make sure you head over to that local bar and order some Pink Whitney. It's the perfect summer shot for you and your friends. Pink Whitney is the best drink for the pregame and the after party. And other than Labor Day, what other occasions we got left, Biz? I mean, do they have Labor Day in Canada? Did they just spell it with a U?
Well, I guess you can call this an occasion. The reason I went to the Hooters pageant was because now in every single Hooters restaurant, they will be carrying Pink Whitney. So that could be a holiday in itself.
Oh, wow. All right, there we go. I didn't know that. So we had a little news drop there as well. But either way, make sure you're hitting up Pink Whitney, whether you're getting a shot at the bar or the old Mickey size that we got, 375 milliliter. Check them out. Pink Whitney, get some. All right, we talked about the signings. There were 163 of them on the first day, almost 240 total, almost $1 billion in deals. 24, at least 24 goalies who started an NHL game last year signed with the new team just on Wednesday alone. The biggest one, Philip Grubauer of Colorado. I thought that was the shocker of the day. We thought it was the shocker of the day. Did not go back to Colorado. He got his 6 years. He got almost $6 million, 5.9 a year. 6 year total, $35.4 million. The Vezina finalist is going to the expansion team. Colorado, we'll get to them in a sec. Let's go to the Grubauer reaction first, Biz. I know you had some intel.
Well, going to all the signings and all the money being thrown around, let's keep this in mind a few years down the road when Gary Bettman and the owners are trying to lock these players out again, when these fucking GMs just throw these ridiculous salaries at these guys. I love seeing the boys get paid. Some of these contracts are a bit ridiculous. And Whit, you even mentioned it. They plan on buying them out anyway. So let's go to Grubauer. I ain't no insider, but the number I kept hearing was he wanted 6 years at around $6 million. And
people were dogging you.
People were dogging me. I said, is Sakic going to give this to Grubauer? Because this is what we're hearing that he's asking for. Now, a couple things. I don't think that they wanted to give him 6 years. I think that with the word that ended up coming out afterward, and mind you, I am not an insider. This is stuff I'm reading and siphoning through online, through all the big boys, the Frank Seravallis, the Elliot Friedmans, the Pierre Lebruns. But as I said, Colorado was stuck on 5 years. Now, I also heard rumblings after the non-signing and then him ended up going to Seattle that I don't necessarily know if they thought that maybe he was the guy. And I think that they were going to be okay with him moving on, where they thought, given the situation with all these goaltenders available, that they could find a cheaper replacement. Well, we'll get to that later when they ended up finding it. Sure as shit, he goes to the Seattle Kraken, 6 times 5.9. 100,000 off what was expected. Mind you, no state tax. So he's going to be making probably more than he would have in Colorado, 6 times 6. And I was shocked. I thought they were going to lock back up that core group. I thought they were going to get Landeskog locked in, which they did. And I thought he was the next piece. And we had McKenna on, and he talked about how good of a skater Grubauer is. People get so worried about giving these long-term deals now to the goaltenders. And just because there's so many of them, and in fact, in most cases, some teams are doing the 2 goalie thing, and they just didn't feel comfortable giving them that number, and they thought they could replace him, and they did. So I don't think Seattle's crazy for giving him that number. This guy, I think he was second runner-up for the Vezina this past season. People would also say that he had some of the most goal support, and he wasn't exactly getting tested most nights, given the lineup that's in front of him. Am I shocked that he ended up moving on and not taking 5 years, maybe at that $6 million value, at the chance to win 1, 2, maybe 3 Stanley Cups with an absolute wagon? Yeah, I was a little bit shocked, but then looking back, I'm pretty sure he was the backup when they won it in Washington. So he's already got his ring. I know he wasn't the starter there, but sometimes if you've already got that, you want to secure the bag. And hey, maybe he thinks that they'll be a contender in a few years too, given all the assets that they have and in these high draft picks and some moves that they could still potentially make. So yeah, I was surprised to not see them get Grubauer. I was not surprised to see a guy who was second runner up for the Vezina end up getting 6 times 6. So I'll throw it over to you, Whit.
Yeah, nice little breakdown there. We don't know what was offered by Colorado, correct? That has never been made public?
I think the rumbling is right now, RA, is they were potentially going to give him 5 years at close to that number.
I know NRD rumors, NHL rumors daily. He gets some good intel. He DM'd me. He said that he heard he was getting offered 5 times 5, 5.5. He wanted that six years. So he might have taken 5.5 from Colorado if he got this 6 years. That was the impression I got. But either way, that neither wanted to budge, man. Neither side wanted to budge, apparently.
And it could have been a tactic used, Whit, in order to basically move on from him while not looking like the bad guy, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that earlier in the year, when we brought up how good Colorado was and how great their team looked and the chances of them winning the Stanley Cup, I believe both of us questioned Grubauer. We took a lot of heat from Avalanche fans who said, this guy's amazing. He's been so good all year. Vezina Trophy candidate, no doubt. And yes, that was quite obvious to us. But in the end, you're looking at it and I never had the feeling that was their guy that they were going to win a Stanley Cup with. Now, dude, I don't know exactly what I'm talking about. That's been proven many times. Artemi Anisimov shooting the goalie is an example, or Buchnevich. But in the end, I think Sakic looked at it like, all right, 5 years is the max. And if he did go 5.5, right, what does that turn out to be? $27.5 million. So he ends up getting just close to 36. Now, for me, if I could stay with Colorado, a team that certainly looks like you're going to compete for the Stanley Cup the next 5-6 years, I would have done it. But I'm also not a guy that's willing to say it's that easy to turn down an extra $8-9 million, which is probably what he would have ended up giving up, right? So I think Sakic made it very clear where he stood, and then Grubauer looks at it like, I'm going to have a chance to be a starter no matter where I go. I'm willing to go to a team who's probably not going to be very good. We've talked about that. At least so far, they don't look like they're going to have that much. And I just don't necessarily agree with it. Now, this is my opinion. Like, you're passing up money. Who's to judge on that? But in the end, it was such a better team and such a great spot where it felt like Grubauer really fit in. He had such a good year. I thought he'd want to be there. But he went for the dough. You can't blame somebody for that. Colorado, on the other hand, knows or had to know they had a chance of getting Darcy Kemper. Yeah. Because if they don't know that that's a possibility, right? Maybe they up the price. They could not go into this season with any sort of question marks in net. Now they have a better goalie for next year. Now, granted, he's UFA after next year.
Yeah. So, but he's also at a very low AAV.
He's 4.5 right now, which is nice.
Which for an elite goaltender, he just came off World Championships as well. Ended up winning a goal for Canada. And look at his numbers over the last 2-3 years. Now, I guess the question mark you have is like, well, is he playoff tested? He ended up playing against Colorado in the first round a few years ago in the bubble. Had a great playoff performance in 5 games. He ended up stealing one of them. But like, you know, it's a lot different when maybe you're not facing the type of rubber you are when you're playing on a bad team. And also when there's this amount of pressure where you have to fucking win, right? It's like and you're also not seeing maybe the same amount of rubber you are when you're playing with Phoenix as you are with Colorado. Puck possession is a little bit different, I'd say, to put it lightly.
Yeah. And so Colorado looks at it this way. All right, we got Kemper. We can try to get a deal done with him, but it is nice this year to have the 4.5, right? They're able to wiggle around some cap room. They have a better goalie in my mind. I know the stats don't say that, but you look at where Kemper has come from and what he'll do on a better team. I think they're in a better spot, no doubt. But in the end, like, it's surprising to see Grubauer, in my mind, is willing to leave that team. And I, you know, you could say I'm an absolute moron, $8-9 million, whatever it was. That's kind of life changing in a sense. But if it's 27 or it's 36, I mean, to be on the Colorado Avalanche, I certainly would be willing to take a little less. But Seattle is lucky to have a goalie that was a finalist for the Vezina Trophy. That at least backbones their or gives them stability on the back end and in goaltending to have nights where they will be outshot and will be outplayed and probably be able to stay in games, because Grubauer's shown he's a top goalie in the league.
Yeah,
it's going to be a different ball game, dude. And he's going to have a lot more action, and there's going to be a lot more question marks.
And for Seattle to get 2 pretty solid goaltenders under $10 million is that's a good little tandem in net. And people talked about the Carey Price situation. It's like, well, you got both of those guys for less than what he's making, right? So obviously the Seattle had a plan going in and they executed it. And going back to Colorado as well. So you get Darcy Kemper, whereas you now have this window where you need to win, right? Let's assume that Sakic, not wanting to make that commitment, wasn't sure that Grubauer was in fact the guy. I think going in past Grubauer, they knew that they were going to be willing to give up some pretty big assets to acquire Darcy Kemper. Apparently it was between them and Edmonton, and probably had the mindset of they were going to outbid anybody who was maybe going after Darcy Kemper, because it's rare, especially with a goalie only locked up 1 more year, to give up a first rounder. I believe they gave up a 3rd round conditional and also a pretty big prospect on D. And now, but if let's say they do the Darcy Kemper experiment, well, it's 1 year. You didn't overcommit financially to anybody. If this elite goaltender is able to get you over the edge, then you can then go offer him that same type of deal, given Darcy Kemper's age, and he's probably going to accept it next offseason. So now you've committed to the guy who's already got it done. And if not, and the experiment doesn't work out, well, you go right back to where you were. And I'm sure there's going to be tons of goalies available moving forward. I mean, it seems to be the new trend moving forward that these goalies are available every offseason. I mean,
Biz, if they don't, so they have the ability to re-up Kemper starting now.
Correct.
Because it's in his last year. I don't think that'll happen in the next few weeks, but if he lights it up the first 3 months, then you're talking, all right, let's get something done right now. Let's get something done before the deadline. And by no means do I think Kemper's getting traded next year, with his UFA season coming up. But like you said, they're not committing until they see what they have, right? And if he does light it up, maybe the extension comes midway through the season. But I do like what you're saying in terms of let's see what we got with him. Let's see how he gels in with this team. And then we can try to really lock him up before he has the chance to go to UFA next summer. And if he goes there and is like, oh my God, I've been dealing with rubber after rubber, just shot after shot, playing for the shitbag Coyotes, and all of a sudden I'm on the Avs. Oh, give me a deal right now. I'll sign it for 6 years, maybe $6 million, and maybe they end up getting a deal for Kemper in which the one Grubauer wanted that Sakic didn't necessarily think he deserved.
There you go.
I kind of think it works out for both teams, and that is to say if Kemper lights it up and plays the way I think he can.
Another big pickup for the Coyotes. Now, listen, I know you just ripped on them, calling them the shitbag Coyotes. First of all,
they're as bad as ever now. It's just, I've said it before.
I tell you what, though, I think Bill Armstrong has done some awesome moves in order to acquire a ton of assets. One of which, in that the Darcy Kemper move, they ended up getting Connor Timmins. Actually, he's from near my hometown, Whit. He's from the Niagara region. So I actually was texting with him.
Will you count him as one of those Welland guys that played in the show, like one of your 6 that you always list off?
No, he's from like Thorold, St. Catharines area.
Okay.
I think his father actually owned I think it was the Thorold Junior Bs at one point. Maybe it was St. Catharines. But either way, a solid two-way defenseman. He split time between the Avalanche and the Colorado Eagles. And hopefully he's another asset that can end up taking that next step and contributing to the back end for the Yotes moving forward. So as bad as the Coyotes will probably get the next couple seasons, these are the types of moves that needed to happen for them to get, I don't want to say worse because we haven't played the season yet, but they need to get worse before they get better. And I know I've reiterated that time over time on this podcast.
Well, Darcy Kemper wasn't the only number one goalie to exchange addresses via trade. Marc-Andre Fleury, after much talk and much scuttlebutt, Vegas did in fact trade him. This guy was a starter for them in the playoffs. They fucking railroad him. They trade him to Chicago. He kind of gets waylaid by it. Apparently, he found out about the trade via Twitter. I think he might have known he was getting traded, but he heard about the actual trade on Twitter, according to, I think it was Jesse Granger who reported it. Either way, they send Vegas a minor league player, Michael Hakkinen, I believe, a Finnish kid who doesn't really project to be on the roster anytime soon. He spent the year between the East Coast and the AHL last year. So basically, they kind of gave Fleury a way to get rid of his salary. Whit, let's go to you first on this one. This was pretty much a shocker, I'd say, as well, no?
It was a shocker, and I know you just said Fleury might have known he was getting traded. I read he was completely shocked. I think he probably heard there was a chance, but in the end, he wanted to retire there. His family's become so comfortable there. He's been the backbone of that organization since they came in the league. The last 4 years, I think it was the expansion draft in 2017 June. He walks out on stage, and I saw today Vegas took out a big ad in the paper and thanking him and talking about what he meant to that city and that team. And to do him dirty the way they did, you know what? I'm not going to judge them trading him. I'm not going to judge their moves to shore up what they want in goal and get rid of salary that they need to open up. But fuck me, dude. You couldn't tell the guy. You couldn't let him know. You couldn't give him a phone call. And I'm shocked we haven't heard or seen a post from Alan Walsh. I thought he would come out guns a-blazing. We had a knife.
He took the high road.
I know. That's unlike him. We had a knife through Fleury's chest when he didn't start a playoff game, let alone gets dealt and finds out via Twitter. So a tough ending for a guy who wanted to finish there. Now, there's rumblings he doesn't want to play in Chicago. This is all rumblings. None of this is true. I don't know exactly the case. There's a chance he could retire. There's a chance he could play. What I'm hearing is he would love if somehow Chicago could move him over to Pittsburgh and he could go back and finish off where he played his career, where his kids did grow up. Now, you know what? He doesn't want to uproot his entire family again. I also don't think coming off the Vezina, he wants to retire either, but it seems like he doesn't want to be in Chicago. Maybe he ends up playing there, and they have Lankinen, but it would be nice looking at what the Blackhawks have done and trying to fix this thing quickly and maybe give it one more go with Kane and Taves and have Fleury and Lankinen as a really good 1-2 in terms of like 82-game season. We got to have two goalies. That's how the league goes now. I don't know what's going to go on, but more than anything, to find out the way he did and not have the respect to at least give him a phone call prior and let him know he was traded, it's just disappointing. And that is the current state of affairs. We've talked about this for a long time. Insiders know so much. They find out things before anyone else. All of a sudden it's on Twitter and a player reads he's traded that way. But to have the Vezina winner and the face of your franchise since you became a team in the NHL learn that way, I was disappointed to see that.
We're going back to when, when you had the exit meetings?
Yes.
At the end of the season, when they got beat out, apparently they did let him know that there was potential that they were going to move him, right? And then the way that it ended up rolling out online, and that's how they ended up finding out between Alan Walsh and him, not a good look. But I don't think McCrimmon's exactly like up with the whole like Twitter thing and doesn't understand how quick news travels now. So he said by the time it was done and, he was going to call and let them know, it had already leaked out. That's how fast this stuff is happening now. So obviously it seems like another slap in the face, people assuming that they didn't give him the heads up that it was going to happen, which Vegas side saying that, well, yeah, we said that there was potential that it was going to happen. That I think that was before the Vezina trophy was announced though. So it probably comes as more of a shock where, this guy's fucking carried your team since they got in the league and you're just going to give him away for absolutely nothing. I understand that he's got a heavy cap hit of $7 million, but he's still playing to an elite level that probably surpasses that $7 million number at this point. And, I understand they got the 2 goalie situation going on there, but I'm also hearing that him and DeBoer didn't exactly see eye to eye. I
don't think DeBoer thought he was their guy.
Yeah. And so there's a bit of a rift going on behind the scenes there. And obviously, if you plan on keeping the head coach for a while, if he doesn't, we just talked about the Grubauer situation, them not maybe thinking he was the guy. Now you're kind of dealing with the exact same stuff. And then you got another legitimate number one that could kind of just take the reins, and then you save that cap space in order to address some things moving forward. Now, one of the things they said that they felt that they didn't have enough weapons up front, and the guys that were there to carry the load offensively ended up tiring out. So essentially what they're saying is they need to use that cap space in order to go acquire some more guys for up front. Well, I don't necessarily think they've addressed all of them just yet, but just a real overall shitty situation for him to move over. Now, I'm actually surprised that he wouldn't go to Chicago with the fact that they picked up Seth Jones. Jonathan Toews is going to be coming back, and they kind of might have one last potential kick at the can, especially if they can address goaltending, which I thought last year they ended up having that rookie step in and play pretty good for them. I don't remember if you guys could pull up his name. Lankinen. He ended up having a pretty good season, but I don't know. To get traded for nothing is also a shock, but we understand what's going on with all the cap situation, but just an absolute shocker. And the fact that they were willing to move on. And I ended up hearing a story that at some points in the season last year, Fleury would find out 15 minutes before the game started that he was in fact playing in net, where he wasn't scheduled to play. So he's dealt with a lot of surprises in his 4 years there as well. I'm sure they were even surprised when they went and picked up Leonard and then ended up signing him to extension, being like, hey, I'm a number one, and I've kind of proved that since I've been here, and all of a sudden now you're creating but in solid fashion, Leonard ended up sending out a bunch of tweets saying that there's no animosity. They were good friends. This has nothing to do with their relationship, and this is just strictly hockey business.
And I always wonder, Fleury is such a team guy, such a good person. Would he necessarily be treated that way? And I'm talking about finding out starting 15 minutes before and other little things that had gone on. Would that have happened to him had he not been such a team first guy, right? If he had a little bit of an ego, if he's a little bit more selfish, if he's a little bit more open about how pissed off he was, maybe those things wouldn't have happened. As he's looked at as this great guy and great teammate, it's like
you can be the punching bags. Yeah, you can be the punching bag sometimes.
Yeah, it's and in the end, you'd only do that so long before you're just so fed up, right? It's I'm trying to do the good thing and not being public about being disappointed about the Leonard signing and all these other things. And in the end, you just keep fucking kind of kicking me when I'm down. Now, if DeBoer didn't think he was the guy to win a Stanley Cup, you kind of understand where he's coming from. He has opinion. He's the leader of this team. He's the coach. He's going to make the decisions. But you just kind of feel bad for Fleury in this first ballot Hall of Fame career. He kind of has had moments of being treated like trash, and it's just odd to me and maybe a little disappointing. Now, of course, I'm biased. I know the guy, but I look at Vegas and them talking about their inability to score in the playoffs and have the offense go dry and how they're trying to become a better team and win the Stanley Cup. Well, you go from Robin Lehner and Marc-Andre Fleury tag teaming the league and winning games to Robin Lehner and Laurent Brossoit, right? They're not as good in goal now. They're not as deep in goal. So if they don't go up and shore up and get a little bit more offensively, as a Golden Knights fan, you're thinking, well, we're weaker in goal. Are we going to be better up front? So there's a bunch of questions that remain to be seen for Vegas. And I'm not judging the fact that they did move on from Fleury. I'm more judging about how it went on. Now, Biz, if you're saying that McCrimmon mentions the deal's done and boom, all of a sudden it's on Twitter, that could be the case. But if the deal was done, phone hangs up, it's over. You're telling me that it's out right then, and if you don't call Fleury immediately when you hang up, he wouldn't know first? Maybe it did get out
I think
there.
he might have had a tea time. He was thinking about doing it on 19.
Is he a golfer?
No, I had no clue. That was a lie. Bill Foley, the owner, though, he came out and said that he was not happy about the decision, but eventually, he ended up conceding over to management. He was putting his foot down saying, no, do not do this. Do not do this. Do not do this. And I respect that as an owner, because sometimes it's hard, man. There's owners in this league who they call the shots. There's a few owners in this league where you guys want to trash on GMs. Well, these aren't necessarily the GMs making. Yeah. They're not making the picks, guys. They're not making the trades. I've heard situations of during the Luongo in the Schneider fiasco, that bunch of shit was getting nixed. So I don't. This was a tough one for the ownership group, and they knew there was going to be some shrapnel coming back, and they definitely saw it, especially online. And I went on to Twitter and I put the fucking Rambo getting ready. Is it called?
That was funny shit.
Saying like Alan Walsh is getting ready to come on and light some asses on fire, but he took the high road. And all right, what did you make of it? You're our goalie breakdown analysis guy.
I think Allen already fired his shot, and there clearly was something to the sword from DeBoer in the back. I mean, this is clearly this was the whole thing, I think, behind it was DeBoer, because he was the face of the franchise fucking 3 years ago. Gets him, the Stanley Cup run. When Gallant was there, all of a sudden DeBoer comes in. He's kind of yanking him around. And then what we saw in the playoffs, I know we haven't dropped Kevin Weeks interview yet, but I mean, Kevin was as flabbergasted as what went on as we were. How this guy is your clear number one, and you're not going back to him. And I can see him pulling him after the one fucking bad move he made when he misplayed the puck. But it was clear there was something there, man. I mean, like Fleury was a better goalie than Leonard last year. So for them not to go back with him, it has to go back to DeBoer, man. There was clearly something there. And Walsh said his thing a while ago. Now, as far as Marc-Andre going to Chicago, that's an intriguing team all of a sudden. You're getting Taves back. Kane still has it. DeBrincat's been nice. DeBrincat's been nice to Brincat. And what's his face? Jones. I mean, that's a different team this year. Now, I know they've obviously had probably the roughest offseason off the ice than any other team this year, but I think players can probably move past that on their own thing when you're getting paid by a team for $7 million. But I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up in Chicago, because he's a competitive guy. Like Whit said, he just won the Vezina Trophy. He's still competitive. He's not going to leave that money on the table. I think for a year, absolutely, he'll go to Chicago, and who knows what can happen. I mean, we've seen what happened in Vegas. That's
a great point. Like going back to the sword in the back, it's kind of like I feel like the way that he was treated on the way out, it validates what Alan Walsh did. As ugly and maybe as poorly timed as it was. It's, he didn't, like you said, he didn't need to take a shot now because he'd already done it.
Yeah. So before we move along to the other major signings, just a couple of other quick deals that Chicago made while we're here. They also picked up Tyler Johnson in a second and next year for Brent Seabrook's contract, which is hilarious because now Tampa Bay gets another $6.875 million that they can use for long-term injured reserve. So when one of their guys gets hurt again, they can stash him till the playoffs. So obviously I'm joking, but that's a pretty nice addition as well. Like I'm talking about Chicago. And they also sent Nikita Zadorov packing. He was a restricted free agent. They sent them to Calgary for a third and 22. So they had Artemi Panarin a few years ago, and now they have a third and 22 for Artemi Panarin if you want to trace those trade steps.
Oh, we got the tree going?
Tough look for the Blackhawks. Also, too, we got a pair of guests we haven't even mentioned yet. Fucking three Jabberjaws over here. We're going to have Frank Seravalli on in a little bit. This guy, he's been a great great NHL reporter for a long time. He was with TSN, I believe. He left for a little while, reemerged with Daily Faceoff, absolutely crushed it at the expansion draft. And we also have recently retired Drew Shore. We got a little over an hour with him. I got to get to those guys later, but still, we only got through three moves so far, guys.
Those are the big ones, though. Like the whole, Fleury deserves to be talked about as long as he did. I mean, given his 100%. Career. And Whit, I agree with you, man. The fact that he's been the punching bag in certain cases, but still kept the smile on, he might just be done with it all. And what better way to go out than on top with the Vezina?
Yeah, it's a lot of money. It's not like he needs it, but it's just a lot to uproot your family. And maybe he's a guy who doesn't want, you see players move along and maybe a year left in their deal and they'll go to the city and the family will stay back where the kids are in school. I know Keith Yandel will be in Philadelphia this year and his family will stay in Florida and try to visit him as much as he can. But maybe Fleury doesn't want that. Maybe he wants to be with his entire family. It's really hard to imagine his kids having to move again. So it's an interesting scenario to where it goes out. I think it'd be great for Chicago. I just don't know if he'll end up being there. That's just the question that remains to be seen.
Selfishly, I'd love a redemption tour. Oh, especially in Chicago under the bright lights with
he
that lineup.
He would look sick in that.
Oh, you think?
Love that uni. Best jersey in hockey.
I mean, not quite the Guardians, but close.
Well, we'll see what I'm later.
Can we get right to the grinds my gear segment or what?
No, we already got 200 more sign-ins. I'll save the gear grinding stuff for the last episode next week because we got way too much shit to talk about.
All right,
which is a good thing.
Next shit that clogs the toilet that grinded that kid's gears.
Hey, if I can put some better shit in. Let's see the other big free agent prize in the day. Dougie Hamilton. He got 7 years, 63 mil, comes out to $9 million a year if you math majors. New Jersey Devils. I didn't see this happening. I know there was a lot of word coming up to it the final day that he might go there, but I didn't see it happening, and it did, man. 7 years, 63 mil. Whit, man, were you shocked he ended up there or what?
Yeah, I was. I kind of heard rumblings from all the insiders that was a legit possibility, but it's a good signing. I mean, Dougie Hamilton the past few years has become – not necessarily just become an awesome high-end defenseman in this league, but the past few years has been like at a different level. You understand completely. And there's a lot of people saying the fact that he got less money than Seth Jones being what they consider a better defenseman overall was a little surprising and a good deal for the Devils. But man, what are they paying? Subban 10 and a half. Now Dougie's making 9. So I like the signing. I don't know how much improved the Devils will be. I think it's definitely exciting for Devils fans to see a number one D-man come in, be able to take control of that blue line, play big minutes, and improve not only their team defense, but their ability to get the puck out of their own zone and create offensively from his position. So I didn't see it coming. A lot of guys did. And in the end, I guess it wasn't that surprising if you're following the insiders who kept saying Jersey was a good possibility and a good fit. But it is a big signing and a good player that's going to make an immediate impact. It's just, can that team get over the hump and really compete to get into the playoffs? Because if you're paying him $9 million and you're still struggling and missing the playoffs the next 2 years, that's when you start questioning, all right, well, we got to do a lot more here. And we just gave this guy a lot of cake. And at some point, they're going to have to get rid of Subban's deal.
Well, I think he's only got, one more year left after this?
Is this his last year?
Yeah, last year at $9 million.
So that works out, I guess.
Yeah, and I think that... Yeah, I was surprised that he ended up there. I mean, I'm not really surprised at the number because everybody else everybody else on the back end was getting these massive deals. And you also need a veteran defenseman in there who can play big minutes and show these younger guys the way. I mean, they got that Ty Smith kid who seems like a stud on the back end who's going to be a big piece. You got Luke Hughes, where I don't know if he's going to be able to step in. I think he's still got to grow into his body a little bit. But by the time he gets there, you just need that wily defenseman presence who's going to be able to teach them how to be, everyday NHLers. And the fact that PK's only got 1 year left, well, you needed that guy, and they have plenty of money to spend because they have so many young guys. I mean, mind you, I believe Jack Hughes is going to be up for his contract after this season. So yeah, they're going to have some money to spend moving forward, but a nice, good young group. With,
at least as Devils fans, though, they're like, all right, we went out and got a guy. It's like we're not standing pat. We're not looking at another year with what are we going to have. At least it's aggressiveness from Tom Fitzgerald and seeing the Devils, do whatever they can to become a better team.
And also some goal scoring from the back end. I would say Dougie Hamilton is one of the best guys at putting the puck in the net from the blue line. I mean, his wrister, or whatever, his little snapshot that he's got. He's kind of got like the Austin Matthews, the defenseman, where he's able to kind of pull it in a little bit too. So yeah, he's an impressive player, man. It's surprising that he's jumped around as much as he has over the years, and he hasn't really been able to find a home. Where did he start out? He started out in Boston.
Went to
Calgary.
Yeah, Boston, Calgary, Carolina. And I think that's where the surprise is, boys. I mean, he's 28 years old. He's got 9 seasons in the league, and he's going to a team that is probably a couple of years away from even becoming a playoff contender. So, I mean, hey, whatever. If you're going to get paid, get paid. But, I just think that's a surprise that he didn't maybe go to a team that's closer to a Stanley Cup.
And you know what? I think it would be a little irresponsible not to mention throughout Dougie Hamilton's career, I've never heard he's the best locker room guy. I think that when you play that well on the ice, in the end, it doesn't really matter. But you mentioned how many times he's been moved around for how good he is, Biz. I think you can question a little bit, maybe his personality and what he's like away from the rink. But when you play that well, teams are going to want you. But it is interesting to see how many teams he's been on with how good he plays.
Yeah, I don't know anything about him personally, but yeah, I mean that I think that always comes into question when you're that good of a player and you're moving around that much. Or you could just be that guy like Sillinger, where it's just like you're just that guy who ends up getting moved around like that, because we talked about how good of a guy he is.
The Mike Sillinger of top flight defensemen.
Yeah. I know they seem like they're far away, but hey, they got some good guys down the middle. They've had some high draft picks. Let's see, maybe a quick turnaround for the New Jersey Devils.
Well, Devils fans, I always say, is Hischier that good? Devils fans love Nico Hischier, former first overall pick, signed a pretty big ticket. So I know, he plays both sides of the puck, but if he can explode offensively and Hughes continues to grow, who knows what they bring this year. I'm very interested to see. Jersey is now, with that Hamilton signing, it's a team to watch out for this season. And if they start off hot, it's like maybe things have changed a lot quicker than we thought.
Boom.
They also gave Jonathan Bernier 2 years, $8.5 million. I'm sorry, $8.25 million. So, I mean, wouldn't say he's the number one. You still got Mackenzie Blackwood on a pretty good deal. So, just another additional deal to mention. Washington, Alexander Ovechkin is back. And not only is he back, he's back for 5 more years. $47.5 million, $9.5 million a year. Biz, were you surprised at any aspect of this, the term, the length, whatever, the money?
No, not the term, because I know that he's going after Gretzky's goal record. I was just surprised he didn't take a bit of a hometown discount. Now, some people might say, well,
he
at the rate
did, dude.
Okay, so at the rate that he scores, I guess so. But in this market, I mean, he's already won them the cup. I'm not surprised they gave him the money. I was just surprised to see the number.
I mean, he could have been like, give me 5 years at 12 a year. I mean, what are they going to do? He controlled that entire situation. So 9.5, it's not cheap, but it's not exactly what he could have asked for. The thing that was weird was earlier, before his deal was signed, you heard he was looking for a 3-year extension. And then people were saying, well, that doesn't get him to the 4.5, 5 years that he'll need to break the Gretzky number. What is that number? 892, RA?
Gretzky 892, I believe. Yeah, I'll double check that. You caught me.
So that is the time link that it'll take him, I believe. We started talking about this 3 years ago, and now it's becoming more realistic. And he's willing to stay there to get this done and break the record in Washington, which is what everyone wanted to see to begin with. So you're more saying that you were surprised it wasn't a 5-year deal at like 8, maybe 7.8, 8.2 a year. Just to open up a little more room? Yeah,
I just when I saw 9.5, I was just like, oh shit, I thought maybe he was going to give him a little bit of a hometown discount. Now, there might be Washington Capitals fans listening to this being like, that is a fucking hometown discount. He's going to be the greatest goal scorer ever. And if he's still able to put 35, 40 goals in the back of that every year, that's worth $9.5 million a year.
So I think Backstrom ends in 24, 25 is his last year, his deal, and Ovi will be 25, 26. So they're pretty much going out together the way they came in, and hopefully they're together when he gets it done. Hopefully that 4th year he can break the record, but I don't know what's going to go on. If he gets 40 to 50 these next 2 years, we are laughing and we are following around and going to be at the game. He breaks the record. We'll finally get to see one of those old school celebrations where everyone gets off the bench for the goal scorer. I remember they did it for Mike Green. What did he score, like 10 games in a row that one run?
They got off the bench for him for that?
When Green broke that record in terms of goals scored, like games in a row with a defenseman scoring, I'm pretty sure the entire team got off the bench to celebrate with him. This could be a huge mea culpa.
Hey, remember when Ovi lit the stick on fire and was like, looked like he was trying to warm his hands over it? Did you know who told him to do that?
No.
Jose Theodore.
No way.
Yeah. We it didn't come up in the interview, but when I was talking to him during the live stream, someone texted me and said, ask him if he told him to do that. And I did. He's like, yeah, I told him to do that before he lit it on fire. But no, it was supposed to be a bunch of them around, like warming their hands, but nobody else wanted to do it. So it was just Obi standing there.
Guys, the interview today that you'll hear with Drew Shore was one of the favorites we've done. I got a chance to play with him in San Antonio. He was awesome. But you just bringing up Jose Theodore. We haven't dropped it yet. That is going to be a hit of an interview. We're going to drop that in August. I'm really looking forward to everyone hearing that. He was classic. I had no idea. I wish you'd asked. Oh, you didn't know till after the interview?
Yeah, I didn't know. Okay. Someone had texted me afterwards. But yeah, I had a ball hanging out with him that night. But all right, boys, moving right along. We did already mention Gabriel Landeskog is going to stay in Colorado. 8 years, $56 million was the terms there. So good for him. Happy to see him get paid. And hopefully they'll finish what they started there. They also signed restricted free agent forward Tyson Yost, 2 years, $4 million. And they brought in free agent forward Darren Helm for 1 year, $1 million. Of course, he spent his first 14 seasons in Detroit.
One of the hardest hits I ever took in the NHL, Darren Helm, lit me up in the corner. And I saw him coming and tried to cold shoulder him. It turned from a cold shoulder to Darren Helm into my face hitting the plexiglass at, 9 miles an hour. Say he was skating 24 miles an hour. I was standing still. It was a disgusting hit. But Darren Helm, I like that. Bring in a depth guy, bring in a guy who could skate, throw him on the third, probably fourth line in Colorado, and you get some energy coming from him.
Stanley Cup champion. Hey, so you could have told me Darren Helm retired 6 years ago, and I would have believed you.
It's like when I thought Josh Bailey had played 200 games, but he played 815.
Yeah.
Time flies, boys. Time flies. Another monster deal. Actually, two more monster deals to get to. Tampa Bay paid Braden Point. No surprise here. 8 year, $76 million extension comes out to $9.5 million a year. Kicks in next season. Right now, he's in the third year of a 3 year, $20.25 million deal. He would have been a restricted free agent next year. Let's go. Actually, Whit, you on this, and then we'll add the other signings in a second.
This was just one of those, just chalk it up. No surprise. He probably maybe could have got a little bit more had he waited to go to UFA, but he's a key cornerstone on that team. Him and Kucherov, what they do together and what Point's done these last two runs, back-to-back Cup champ. It's just sign this guy up, game breaker, and no surprise whatsoever. No looks of shock from anyone. I know people thought it was a high number, but in the end, that guy was getting exactly that, and there was no questions.
Give him the key to the city.
To Tampa Bay.
Seriously. Tampa Bay also brought back Zach Bogosian, 3 year, $2.55 million deal. Forward P.E. Bellemare, 2 years, $2 million. Goalie Brian Elliott, he's going to have the best job in hockey next year, backing up the big cat Vasilevsky, 1 year, $900,000. And the Worm, I know, I don't even want to say it because it's been beat to death 9 million times on the internet already, but if you can't beat him, join him.
The Hossa. The Marian Hossa of today, Whit. He lost 2 years in a row in the Stanley Cup final, so now he joins the champions. How do you feel about it?
Hossa joined of Chicago. They didn't. It's Hossa didn't necessarily do that, but he did lose 2 in a row.
But
Tampa Bay, they lose Gord, they lose Gaudreau, and they lose Coleman, who signed with Calgary. We'll get to that. But it's definitely a different time there. It's going to be a much different team, which all those guys talked about throughout the run. You heard them mention John Cooper and Killorn and Patty Maroon told us that. So, you've now seen the changes that will be made. I like Bellemare. I like bringing him in. He can skate. He can play a game that's similar to the three guys that they lost in free agency. But it's definitely a different look in Tampa Bay. It'll be interesting to see how their lines get configured and how they end up rolling when the season begins.
All right, you were going to hop in there and say something.
I was just going to say, Corey Perry, of course, won a Stanley Cup well before this. So I don't want to, when we say Hossa, 3 years in a row.
I was just,
I just want to give him his props. That's all. It's a pretty big deal.
Just trying to get the energy up.
And as far as Bellemare, too, the other thing with that signing, Whit, he was kind of late getting to the NHL, so he doesn't have a lot of tread on his tires for a guy who's 36 years old. He's still got some bounce in his step, so I think that's a pretty good signing, too. There's anything on Tampa Bay before we move along? Or?
No, they're trying to find cheap replacements, and I like the guys they brought in. You only got so much salary cap to work with, and I think that they did a good job. And I mean, who was talking about how the stretch routines that Corey Perry does now? So he's like Gumby. I think he's going to be one of those guys who can play forever. Everybody thought he was so fucking over and done.
Well, he went on a tryout. Didn't he go on a tryout to Montreal?
I think he signed a PTO and went to camp there.
And then the great thing is, too, for Bogosian, he won the Cup with Tampa, then he goes to Toronto for the year. Now he gets a 3-year deal. He was probably thinking there was a chance when he went to Tampa that first year it could be his last season. So a 3-year deal for him is good. Perry gets a 2-year deal. He's a guy who didn't know how much longer he had in the NHL. And no surprise Perry being added there. I mean, maybe the most superstitious guy I've ever played with joins the most superstitious team.
My,
so he'll be singing a cappella in the shower, and he'll be joining that club of guys who like doing the same exact thing.
Do you think that's part of the scouting report? Do you think that's part of the scouting report? They look at guys who could add to the superstitions and bring in that like karma.
Get the game riff-offs.
Get the sage in the locker room. Oh, yes, I have a
great voice, Biz.
Thank you. I know.
I am titanium. Little pitch perfect shuttle for you, Biz. You must have.
We're gonna get Big Cat. We're gonna get Big Cat singing the national anthem at the Arizona Bowl game, the Barstool Bowl game. He's gonna be parachuting in, singing the American. I'm gonna be coming in singing the Canadian.
And for anyone who doesn't know what Biz is talking about, Barstool Sports has acquired a bowl game, a college football bowl game, the Barstool Sports Arizona Bowl. I do not know. Do they know if there's certain league winners that'll be playing in that bowl, Mikey? Do you know? Or is it totally remains to be seen, like the teams that'll be playing?
I believe it's the MAC and the Mountain West.
Okay, so always an exciting game when the MAC's involved, some offense. What's cool is Barstool has the rights to actually, what's it called, Grinelli?
Broadcast the game.
They're broadcasting the game. So it's not CBS where Barstool's just the name of the bowl. They're actually going to be doing the actual broadcast. They're going to have to hire a big-time play-by-play announcer. And the funniest thing I thought was Portnoy mentioned instead of a coin toss in figuring out who gets the ball to start the first half, they're going to have Frank the Tank, our boy and the worst Mets fan in the world who hates everything they do no matter what happens, go out to the 50-yard line. Both teams cook a hot dog up. They show up with the hot dog ready to eat. Frank eats both and decides which one was better, and that team starts with the ball. So Barstool Sports could be changing the bowl game forever.
Is that legal? Can they actually
I actually don't know because I listened to Dave's recent podcast, and I don't know if they can't change like the rules of the game.
NCAA rules, right?
But having Frank eat a couple hot dogs at the 50 would be funny. I'll tell you that.
Picture the team and they're planning on how to dress it to bring it out to Frank. Strategy. Bringing Bill Belichick
in there with his toe.
I know there's been talk about a possible.
Put the sauerkraut on there. He loves sauerkraut.
Dip it in a thing of water.
I did some pre-scout on this guy. He's a fucking maniac. I've been stalking him at the Mets games.
Biz, I know there's been some scuttlebutt about possibly having a rough and rowdy that same weekend. Maybe we'll get that mop head from the West to come over and you can dribble him up and down the desert.
I need 6 months to train. That's my only thing.
Sponsored by OxyClean.
By the way, I'm going to be the Polly.
What's the
Polly to your Rocky?
Oxypads were these things I remember using when I had brutal acne in high school. Do you remember those pads, G? They were these little circular white pads you take out, you'd rub your face, and your face would just burn into a crisp. It was like a good burn, though. You just felt pimples just burning off your nose.
Clarisil, right?
That's what Jake Paul could use.
I used to do those Biore strips sometimes to get the blackheads off. You put it on your nose, and then you strip it off, and then you'd see all the blackheads on it. It was pretty it was a good feeling when you got them off.
Did you do that at the spa day yesterday?
No.
Did you get a facial?
No.
Or did you give a facial?
I take pretty good care.
I could count how many zits.
That's your girl.
Oh, shit. I can count how many zits I had.
You fucking idiot.
So.
What were you going to ask, R.A.?
I was going to say, I could count how many zits I had on one hand when I was a teenager.
You didn't get. I got.
Here we fucking go. Guy never had a zit. Jesus.
No, I just said I could count on one hand, so that's more than zero. No, I was lucky. I was also a very late bloomer, Whit, so it wasn't all fucking good. I'm not saying it was like a blessing, but I was a very late bloomer. But seriously, I very seldom had a fucking zit in my face. It's not. I didn't do anything fucking special.
Funny enough, I didn't
have hair in my eggs till I was 17 either. So take what you can,
You still don't have hair on your legs, do you?
I said eggs, but yeah.
Eggs. Excuse me. I didn't have like horrific acne, but I would just get the occasional bomb in the center of my forehead or the tip of my nose, where it was almost like worse if you're going in and you got acne and you're working on it, and then you got me who just pops in Tuesday with a fucking $50 size whitehead on my forehead. That was always a tough look for your boy.
Yeah,
get some bombs too.
footage of it.
You know, it's bad when you got to check like every hour in the bathroom if like another Whitehead's form. You know, you get the Whitehead, 2 hours later, the Whitehead's back. 2 hours later, the Whitehead's sort of back. It's like, Jesus Christ, this poor mirror.
The worst ones were the ones when you got them like right inside your nose.
I didn't mind those because nobody could see them, but they hurt like a bastard.
Like a bastard.
Well, speaking of bombs, we got one more left to get to. Columbus signed Zach Werenski to a huge deal. They extended him 6 years, $57.5 million. The average annual value / cap hit $9.583 million. It kicks in next season. He's going to make $5 million this year on his bridge deal. He would have been RFA next year. Man, this is not a shock he stayed with Columbus, but that number went. I think that surprised a few people.
Yeah, I mean, he was getting that number with what they've lost. It's probably pretty exciting, actually, for Kekalainen and the entire fan base in Columbus to have this guy. They got 5 years, 5 of his UFA years they locked up. It was just one RFA, so you understand why the number's so big. It's only going to go up when you're talking of the UFA years you're going to cover in a deal. But, man, if they lost Jones and then all of a sudden this guy's asking to walk, that's just such a kick in the dick. They kept one of their number one defensemen, a guy who I think if you talk to a lot of people around the league, they think he is a better overall player than Seth Jones to begin with. So more than anything, as Blue Jackets fan and GM, you look and say, thank God we didn't lose this guy. We got a guy to commit to this team. We got a guy who's comfortable and wants to be here. And at that number with his age, I don't question it at all. I really don't.
It was a leverage play. It's all leverage. I know people are like, oh, he's getting more than McCarr. It's like, well, they're buying more years of his UFA off him. That's first off. So of course that's why it's higher. And like I said, they just lost Seth Jones. So I think it was important for them to lock up Werenski, where at least they got a big piece on the back end. And it kind of shows, maybe it shows other guys moving forward that if, they play up to that type of standard, that they can get paid in that small market. Because
he's got he's third biggest in the league. Cap hit for defensemen.
That's what I meant by surprise too. Just to clarify, I wasn't a knock on his play or anything. He came in above Jones and above Dougie. That's where I think I should have clarified where the surprise came in.
I look at it too of how fair he was when he took that bridge deal, because he could have been a bit of an arsehole given the situation in Columbus and knowing the leverage he had then. He signed the bridge deal. He kept the standard of play up, and especially at the fact that the team hasn't really been that successful, yet his numbers have. And he probably looked at it like, hey, if you guys are going to try to fucking rattle the cage here, then you won't have a stud defenseman. You're going to have lost both of them. And he got his payday, and well deserved.
He also signed that bridge deal once Torts said, get the fuck to camp, Zach.
Yeah.
So you got to shout out Torts for just bullying the shit out of him. But in the end, Torts is gone and he got his payday. And he's still, I think, going to be, how old will he be when this ends?
He just turned 24 in July.
Okay.
End of July.
So 30 years old, he'll sign another big ticket.
Yeah. Yeah, he's going to be a rich guy. And I'm going to take some of it on the golf course during the next Sandbagger, which he's supposed to play in, correct?
We'll see.
Grinelli?
He fucking slept through 14 interview requests on Chiclets before we got him. So we'll see if this actually goes down. I'll believe it when I see him tee it up on one.
All right, boys, those are all the huge signings. We got a lot more to get to, but we're going to bring in Frank Seravalli right now for his expertise. Again, he was fantastic last week during free agency, during the expansion draft, so we're going to pick his brain on all that stuff. But first, Cross Country Mortgage is much like us at Barstool, a people-first group of people. They are dedicated to the fundamentals of mortgage lending, which results in a fast, convenient, and less stressful home financing or refinancing experience. And right now, rates are unbelievably low. Don't pay the bank more money than you need to. Cross Country Mortgage makes the process as painful and simple as possible and helps you keep your money in your pocket so you can do fun things with it, like road trips to see your favorite team play. If you're a homeowner and haven't refied lately, you could be leaving thousands or even tens of thousands on the table. And that's money that could go toward a shed toy or some other pocket cash or whatever, something to spend a few bucks on. So call today for a fast, free, great quote and free home valuation. Go to crosscountrymortgage.com/Barstool to learn more about your future home buying experience or to refinance your current mortgage. Cross Country Mortgage, LLC, NMLS 3029. All loans subject to underwriting approval. www.nmlsconsumeraccess.org. Check them out if you're going to refi or you're looking for a mortgage. And now we're going to send it over to Frank Seravalli of dailyfaceoff.com. Well, we're very happy to welcome our next guest to the show. If you've been following the NHL in any capacity for the last decade, then you know this guy made his bones in Philly covering the Flyers back on the day before going north to work for TSN for a stretch. And today he's breaking stories and draft picks for dailyfaceoff.com. Thanks so much for joining us on the Spittin Chiclets podcast, Frank Seravalli. How are we doing, Frank?
I'm doing really well, boys. How's it going?
Going good. I know cottage season is late this year. Are you off yet? Are you still working? You've been busting everything lately.
I'm just grinding here. It's pretty exciting. We got a lot of stuff going at Daily Faceoff. So actually, while everyone takes a break in August and heads up to cottage country, I'm going to be trying to hire some people in the hockey media world, give a little shot in the arm to the media industry, and bring some really talented people along with me to build something at Daily Faceoff.
Cottage time. He's from Philly already. He's going to like a pond in downtown where you throw pennies and stuff.
That ain't right.
The Jersey Shore.
Jersey Shore. That's exactly where I would be. Ocean City, New Jersey.
You'd be fist pumping after all those
DJs.
That was actually going to be one of my questions. Like when you were breaking all this stuff recently with the expansion draft, like, are you doing this completely solo, or do you have like a staff behind you who's helping you drop all these Twitter bombs?
Totally solo. That's actually one of the scary things. I had such an awesome support network at TSN, some really awesome people that I worked with as teammates, Bob McKenzie, Darren Dreger, Pierre Lebrun, on the news side. And yeah, going to Daily Faceoff, totally going it alone. It's definitely a little bit of a different feel.
Yeah, Frank, you left TSN in May. Then, like I said, you resurfaced at Daily Faceoff, which a lot of hockey gamblers like me or Whit know, checking who's starting goalies. But you really put it on the map, I'd say, with the expansion draft scoops, all the Twitter memes. How did that all come about? Take us maybe through the process of how you got all the scoops, and did you piss a lot of people off?
I don't kiss and tell, guys. Come on, you know that.
I probably worded that shitty, but we were wondering if you had a master list. You didn't get the Detroit scoop.
Are you in the witness protection program is what he's asking.
I may be, I may not be. It's one of those things like, got some good intel on a few names and then started to piece together the rest of the list kind of one by one. Word started to get out pretty quickly. Like Seattle had made a few picks and they started to call teams one by one and say, hey, we took this guy from your team. And so you guys know what it's like, team finds out, then they call the player that's been selected. In some cases, some teams called other players that may have been selected and weren't, saying, hey, you're going to be sticking with us. And then that player is telling his agent. That player is then telling and texting other people. The team group chat starts to light up. And then all of a sudden, 10 a.m. picks are due Eastern time. The show's not till 8. That's a long time to try and keep 30 plus secrets.
That's what I think we said on the episode. You were doing your job. In the end, don't have the live ESPN broadcast like 17 days after the picks were made. At some point, it's coming out.
And look, I doubt we're going to have any sort of expansion draft coming anytime soon, but that's probably a pretty good lesson that the league ended up learning here is like, if you want to have some guys on the stage, you call, maybe you make 4 or 5 picks the night before, fly those guys into town, and the rest, you try and make life really hard for a guy like me, and you do it at 6 or 7 o'clock before the show and make the rest of the picks and have some sort of live feel. But, that's just one of those things like, I know, and I'm still getting a lot of awesome tweets, and I know you guys referred to me last show as Dr. Evil. People are asking me if their wife is pregnant or if their wife is cheating on them or all these different things that I'm getting in my inbox. But it's been pretty fun. In some ways, it was a little uncomfortable, all the attention it got. People saying that I was ruining the expansion draft. I got a heartfelt message from a guy who was saying that, his son has special needs and I ruined the expansion draft for them. They had been counting down for weeks and weeks to watch the show. And because of me, it's all my fault. And I'm like, look, I'm just trying to do my job. And look, there's as much as there was excitement in Seattle, there was 30 other markets for fans that were saying, hey, which guy are we losing here? We're trying to understand what our team looks like moving forward.
You do, like I said, you're doing your job. I don't understand how people could be that angry about it, but I'm curious, and you don't need to name names. At some point throughout the morning, and as this all started leaking via your Twitter, did you get any texts from people like, cut the shit right now?
I may or may not have. Look, that's not, it's not worth diving into that. I think it's one of those things. I get where the league is at, and I respect everyone at the league in terms of what they're trying to do and what kind of show they're trying to put on, the suspense that's been building up in that Seattle market for a long time. I know you guys referred to me as Dr. Evil, and in some ways, Judging by my inbox, I kind of felt like that a little bit throughout the day as the picks were coming out, but no malice intended on my part.
I mean, it's a feather in your cap. Congrats. You beat everybody else, so kudos to you. Now, getting to the moves, we had Grubauer at the top of the show. We thought that was the biggest shock of free agency, him going to Seattle. Was it the biggest one for you, Frank?
I think so. I mean, look, there was a trickle-down effect that occurred really on the goalie market as a whole because everyone around the league was waiting to see what happened with Grubauer. Not only were they interested in signing him, they wanted to know what would happen. Where would a guy like Linus Ullmark end up? What about Darcy Kemper in Arizona? So you saw teams like Toronto trying to preempt what happened on the goaltending market, saying, we think that a guy like Grubauer might end up re-signing in Colorado, and then things might stay static from there. They wanted to make sure that they ended up towards the end of the day, having someone that they liked and wanted to have in their lineup, a guy like Peter Mrazek. And so there were a lot of moving parts to the goalie carousel this year where teams were trying to understand and play the market accordingly.
So we're not insiders. Like, do you know exactly what they were off as far as Colorado and Grubauer? Like, do you get that kind of information?
I had a pretty good sense of that one a few days ahead of time because those two sides seemed pretty stuck. The Grubauer camp, they felt like he had deserved something in the neighborhood of 6x6. Jordan Binnington was there. Jacob Markstrom was there. Those two guys kind of set the market. And Grubauer is coming off that Vezina Trophy finalist season. But Colorado, as much as they liked Grubauer, they wanted to stay in the 5x5 range. And I think you see he ends up going out and getting almost exactly what he was looking for, the 5.9 in Seattle. So he's on the move. And Colorado just needed to keep all of their dollars and cents in check, given what they're looking at. They were just trying to re-sign Landeskog. Brandon Saad ended up walking. Their back end was in flux. Ryan Graves ends up being on the move because they know they just can't afford to pay all these guys. And so they needed to keep a pretty strict $5 million budget. They end up doing a little better, getting someone well, Darcy Kemper. I think a fantastic goalie. And I think the key to that deal was having Arizona retain some salary, getting him down to 3.5, which brings the Avs even more flexibility on their cap.
Do you think they overpaid given the assets? I mean, a first rounder for a guy you only got locked in for 1 year as well as a prospect. And then even I believe it's a conditional third if they end up going to the Cup finals and he plays more than 50% of the games in playoffs.
Look, if you're giving up that pick, you're thrilled that you're getting to the final. So I don't think anyone's sweating that one too much. That was market rate. Look, there was another team involved. I think it was the Edmonton Oilers that were in on Darcy Kemper, trying to pay pretty similar price. Arizona had set the market on Darcy Kemper for a long time. They kept a standing thing out there. Look, we're looking for a first-round pick plus something for Darcy Kemper. First team to step up and pay it gets him. I know Toronto had viewed him as a primary target. A few other teams were looking at Darcy Kemper as well. And so Colorado in this case, having lost out on Grubauer, felt like that was the right play, and hard to argue with a Colorado team that's probably going to be pretty good again. That pick is going to be somewhere in the 26 to 32 range. I would imagine it's almost like a second rounder coming from Colorado.
Frank, I want to stay on Seattle. After you gave everybody the list, people were kind of curious about the moves. I think people were expecting other moves. Then they go out and they sign Grubauer, Wenberg, Schwartz. They spend some dough. What do you think Seattle's aim is for this year? Is it to get a run out of this team, to go as far as they can? What do you think their outlook is?
Well, it's to be competitive right off the hop. And I think they've gotten that. You got a real good sense of even just tweeting out some of those picks early in the morning, on the morning of the expansion draft, guys that are going to be difficult to play against. Adam Larson, Jamie Alexiak, size in the back end. They're going to have some character guys up front, Jordan Eberle. You add in a Jaden Schwartz as well. Those are guys that are going to help set the tone for that franchise and that organization. Another guy, Mark Giordano, in the mix, all really well-respected guys. And so that's part of it for sure. But really, I think the long-term play for Seattle is next year. You saw the spending on free agent day. You guys would have never had any idea that it was a flat cap world that we're dealing with in the NHL. $900 million spent in the first 3 days. And the play for Seattle then, this is a one-off. Everyone's looking at this sort of in a vacuum. And I get that that's how GMs tend to look at things in a very short-term and long-term view, and the long-term being, hey, I might not even be in this job 3-4 years from now. But when you have a team in Seattle that comes in and injects a fresh $81.5 million into the system, that's a lot of flexibility. You had some teams like Tampa Bay, for instance, that lost some big contracts and gained some more flexibility. Everyone lost at least one player, and that gained some flexibility on their own right in terms of their own cap. But having all that new money in the system to be spent, it's really a one-off because, next summer, the same flat cap crunch that everyone was facing coming out of the season in the bubble, it's the same thing. It's going to be that on steroids now with all the spending that happened. So the real time for Seattle to pounce, to really improve their team and bring in players from teams that have had tough cap situations is going to be, next year around the draft. And then next year again in free agency is to harvest some of those players and pry players loose from teams that are in dire cap straits.
What other moves caught you out of left field, if any?
Well, I was a bit surprised and probably not as surprised as Marc-Andre Fleury, the deal to Chicago. It wasn't just the transaction itself, trading the Vezina Trophy winner for nothing. It was more so in the way that it went down. And I've heard the Vegas Golden Knights explanation since then about the different conversations that occurred in the weeks leading up to the transaction. But the reporting that I've done would suggest that the whole message to the Fleury camp the entire time was, we don't know what we're doing with our goaltending. We may trade you. We may trade Robin Lehner. It may be to Chicago. It may not be. And then for him to find out on Twitter, I think is really disappointing. I know you guys know Flower pretty well, obviously a really well-respected and well-liked teammate. And to be the face of that franchise, an icon in that city, coming off the success that he's enjoyed and the team has enjoyed, it just seemed like a really disappointing way for that to end.
They're cutthroat, eh? I guess they're kind of like came in and known as like the most cutthroat organization. I feel like anybody's on the table.
I mean, ask the other guys that have been through there, Paul Stastny, all the rest of them that have experienced the highs of playing in Vegas and then the lows of packing your gear and heading to somewhere else. I think we're now 4 years, 5 years.
Sums up most of my trips there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, sounds like Vegas.
Yeah, we've all been there. And, maybe not you, Whit. You've always had a good time there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I've tried to stay away. Hey, I got to ask you. So we recorded most of the show yesterday, Sunday. So now we're interviewing you. And I had mentioned at the beginning of the show, maybe Marc-Andre Fleury doesn't want to play in Chicago. Boom. We're in the middle of recording. It hits that he actually does want to play. I was wrong. Had you ever heard that he may retire, or was that complete bullshit on my end?
No BS. That was really something that he was considering and something that he had expressed to the Vegas Golden Knights as they were trying to make that transaction, which kind of, furthers some of the reporting that I was just talking about. He let it be known to the team and that his heart was in Vegas. He didn't want to go anywhere. And so when the transaction was made, lots of surprise and also, he's not really sure. Lots of uncertainty about, what he wanted to do. Did he want to keep playing? I know everyone said with $7 million on the table, no chance he's going to walk away. I mean, guy's made a pretty nice living for himself. I think last time I checked, career earnings, 88 schmil. He doesn't need to play.
Biz would stab a man to make that.
Well,
imagine what I'd do.
He's probably not alone. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Okay.
Hey, so let's stick with the Vegas talk. So there was rumblings that they were in on Danault. And obviously with Fleury moving and them getting rid of that money, you assume that they were going to take a stab at him. He ends up going to LA. Does that mean they're probably the front runner right now to get Eichel?
I don't know that there is a front runner right now because I think it's been so quiet. And, the fact that you had Jack Eichel's two agents issuing a statement late on a Friday night in the dead of July would lead you to believe that it's as quiet as we've heard it is. Now, the Sabres have done a really good job of keeping things under lock and key, a lot of these conversations that have been ongoing, but by all accounts, the asking price on Jack Eichel remains so high that it's difficult to make that kind of transaction. And for certain teams that would actually like to be in the mix, a team like the Minnesota Wild, for instance, what the Sabres are looking for is all picks and prospects. It's all futures. It's no current roster players, or at least not ones of significant impact. And why that's problematic for a team like the Wild, just for instance, is they need all those picks and prospects to be significant contributors to their team, given the dead cap space that they've allotted to Zach Parise and Ryan Suter moving forward. So they can't really deviate from their plan. And the problem for the Buffalo Sabres is they don't really want a lot of roster players back, because at a certain point, provided that they're not under long-term contract, you got to sign those guys. And that's really the tough part is, just ask Sam Reinhart or Rasmus Ristolainen, who was going to be up in a year. It's difficult to get guys to commit long-term to Buffalo, no matter how much money they want to throw at you. And so this is the race for Shane Wright is on. It's on in Buffalo.
Oh, yeah.
It's on.
My boy's
Arizona.
Bedard. I'm a Bedard. I'm a race for Bedard. You got to be really, really bad next year, not even this upcoming.
Fucking Coyotes got to put me in net next year. They want to compete with Buffalo right now. They just signed
$750,000.
Yeah, what's with all these $750,000?
Said every guy in Buffalo makes $750,000.
How are they going to get to the bottom of the cap?
They're going to have to spend some money to close out free agency or make some kind of significant transaction to get to the cap floor. Whether it's, I think Arizona's got it well covered because of all the contracts that they acquired, mostly for draft picks. But to get a few of those guys, the Andrew Ladds, the Shane Gostisbeheres, they're going to try and get them to contribute in some way. But Arizona's fine. Buffalo's got some spending to do.
So going back to Danault, of course, he ends up moving off to LA. Was Montreal prepared to match? Did they think that number was too high for what he can contribute? And what do you make of that move by Rob Blake? Do you think it's I don't want to say a pressure situation where they need to finally get back into playoffs, or maybe his job's on the line?
I don't sense any of that pressure at all. I think people have asked that question, and I think Rob Blake is pretty confident in his job security and probably for good reason with some of the things that he's been building there. The way I see the Danault transaction is what it does is it takes a lot of the stress off of Anze Kopitar. He can get back to being the Kopitar of old, the guy who's producing a 92-point season, because everything changes now. The matchups changed. The defensive responsibility is not to say that Kopitar is ever going to be shirking those responsibilities, but Danault can pick up a lot of that heavy workload. This is a guy that's been in the Selke conversation the last number of years. And I think from the Montreal perspective, as much as the run to the Cup final helped in terms of increasing Danault's profile and presence, I think the writing was on the wall there with how that situation played out before training camp started. There was a long-term offer on the table with Danault in Montreal, and for whatever reason, it didn't come to fruition. And I think, with some of the other centers that had been coming on there, that, maybe he saw some of that future being muddied, the waters being muddied there in terms of where he stood and all of that.
Okay.
Frank,
so just to quickly go back, so Montreal was not prepared to match that offer?
I don't think so. I think they were looking at a number lower than what he ended up getting.
Okay. And then they see the future talent coming up and that they're going to have to spend it there. Okay, that's fair. Thanks, Frank.
Frank, arguably the biggest prize was Dougie Hamilton. He gets another bag, this time from New Jersey. Do you think, or do you know that he got similar offers elsewhere that he could have taken?
It's interesting. I hadn't checked in on that since he ended up going to New Jersey. For whatever reason, word was filtering out, somewhat early throughout the illegal tampering period. And I put that in air quotes because it was insane the amount of tampering that went on this time. And I say that full well knowing what the previous actual legal interview periods looked like. This was no contact permitted, but it was agents in conversation with GMs well, I have a guy who's a right shot defenseman, 6'5", and he may or may not be in the neighborhood of X amount of dollars. Everyone knows what you're talking about. And so, the conversations were even more blunt than that. But for whatever reason, the NHL and the NHLPA in this case turned a blind eye to it. And I don't know if that means that they'd eventually consider an interview period again. I doubt it, but really interesting the way this played out. And going back to Dougie Hamilton in New Jersey, word seemed to filter out that that's where he was heading. And at a certain point, didn't really hear a lot else on the Dougie Hamilton front. And in some ways I was actually surprised, and it ended up coming down to structure and some of the massive signing bonus money that New Jersey committed to him to hammer out that deal somewhat later in the day after free agency opened.
One guy I was curious as the story went on was Gabriel Landeskog and his whole saga with Colorado. And everyone thought he's been there that long. It can't end now. They're just about to get to the top. Hopefully he has to see that through. Was there ever a moment where he could have signed somewhere else?
I'm sure that last 12 hours, and you guys would know this better than me, you sort of get that pinch between your shoulder blades. am I really going to walk and take and find out what's out there on the market? And in some ways, I think that's a really healthy place to get to. I do think that the Colorado Avalanche really moved significantly in that last 24 hours.
He called their bluff a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, look, he was holding firm on what his number was and what he believed his worth was. And in some ways, I think he actually ended up probably leaving a little bit of money on the table. Now, it's hard to say for sure because he got the 8th year in the last 16 or 17 minutes before that 11:59 deadline came the night before free agency. And, you know, that 8th year certainly makes up for a lot when you're making $7 million. But, to get to that point, my understanding is the Avs were in the high fives, low sixes for a long time before eventually getting to that $7 million figure. And so they moved significantly, and it was really a matter of time for Landeskog to sort of smoke them out until that point.
Given the fact that there was a lot of tampering going on, I mean, I caught wind that St. Louis was prepared to make a very significant offer. Do you know any of these numbers that were out there that teams were prepared to potentially give him if he did hit free agency?
My guess is the number started with an 8 on a 7-year deal, perhaps as high as 8.25, $8.5 million. And someone a lot smarter than me that can do math on the fly would, they could tell you whether that would be worth it.
Not me, buddy.
That'd be what's that? All right. 56.8 or something like that.
Math? Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, we're going to be here for 30 minutes.
Let's see. 7 years, 8.25. I don't know. I claim to be a math guy.
So it's a couple bucks either way, right? And so he ends up staying with a team that ends up, has as good a chance as any to win over the next few years.
What do you make of Toronto? I mean, they don't have much cap space to work with. They're trying to fill holes and get guys for cheap. What do you think of the work that they did in free agency?
Well, I still think they have a lot of work to do because I think that team really isn't, they're not as good as they were. And I think they're hoping and praying that the pieces that they have in place that haven't found any meaningful playoff success to this point find a way to get it together. They're basically running the same crew back from last season. And that's a big bet. I like some of the depth signings that they've made. A guy like David Kampf, I don't think got enough attention in Chicago for how defensively conscious he is. That's at $1.5 million. Nick Ritchie signed to, a short ticket for, what he produced last year in Boston. Some other guys that are sort of interesting around the fringes, but nothing really, there's no seismic change. The big changes in net going with Peter Mrazek, which we already talked about, but that team to me, they've got some work to do to get to where they want to get to. And it's tough in that division. Like it's going to be wild and crazy trying to get in the playoffs. I think Florida is significantly better than they were. Tampa Bay, you can talk about, the losses that they've had, but they've still got an unbelievable foundation and the pillars that they have in place with Vasilevsky, Hedman, and Kucherov. The Montreal Canadiens with the Stanley Cup final. The Bruins are right there. Like which one of those teams is missing the playoffs?
Yeah. I mean, you go from the North and winning that, but of course, a lot weaker now. We went from job security talking about Rob Blake. Do you think if the Leafs miss playoffs this year that Kyle Dubas's job would pretty much be all but done?
Look, I really think that there's significant pressure that the entire team is facing. It's not just Kyle Dubas. It's not just Sheldon Keefe. It's not just the big 4 players that they're paying up front. It's everyone. And you need meaningful, tangible success. No more moral victories. It's all about what you do in the playoffs. It doesn't matter winning the North Division or winning a regular season title. They had a massive lead in that first round series and ended up blowing it. And that team needs to find a way to produce, like I said, meaningful results. And until they do that, those questions are going to linger. And, not to turn the temperature up too much, but I'm sure everyone in that front office
torches out.
Yeah, I'm sure everyone in that front office is thinking the same thing. If we have a stretch in November where we go 0-7-5, we're going to be in a tough spot.
Frank, I want to ask about Carolina. They got a whole new goalie tandem, bringing in Freddie and Antti Ranta. But I want to ask, why did they trade Nedeljkovic? I mean, he ended up signing Detroit 2 years, $3 million a year. What was the whole story behind that?
Cash money. That's all it is.
Okay, that was it. Wow.
They the Nedeljkovic camp was their initial ask was 3.5, which is pretty reasonable for a homegrown goalie. And if you look back at
all
the last
finalists,
all the cup champions, they're all homegrown goalies. And he asked for 3.5 coming off an excellent season on a really good team. And the team, I believe their counter was somewhere around 1.75. That was
Pardon?
That's the neighborhood that the Carolina Hurricanes wanted to be in. And they eventually just said, look, we're not even close. He ends up in Detroit, of course, for a 3rd round pick. And his number that he signed for was 3 times 2. So, I mean, it seemed like a really reasonable number to then go out and spend that on some veteran guys like Freddie Anderson and Antti Raanta.
So, we hear rumblings like Carolina, the owner doesn't want to spend a lot of money. The team's been great. They matched the Aho offer sheet from Montreal. So is it that they're just lowballing everyone, or is it like they're going to stick to their belief and never really give in? Like, what's the case down there?
I don't think it has anything to do with being cheap. And I've actually had this conversation directly with Tom Dundon. It's about finding the right value proposition for certain players. Like they've got each player and each position pinpointed in terms of a blueprint and what they want to spend and what they believe they should spend. And they've got a ceiling. And once it's hit, there's really no coming back from that. Like if your ask is so far out of whack from what they believe that position or your value is, they're just going to find a way to move on. We've seen it with a number of defensemen that have gotten to this point. Dougie Hamilton, that's the longest anyone's hung around, and they wanted to get through a playoff run with him to see what their team looked like, and they gave him a chance to go out and get offers, and he had a chance to talk to teams, really early in the process and find out what his market was, and the Hurricanes were really never even that close, is my understanding. So, that's the way they view things, who am I to sit here and say that it's wrong or not the right way?
They're a good club.
Yeah, they're good. And you know what? Tom Dundon's been a really successful guy. So I'm not going to sit here and knock anyone in terms of how they want to go about their business. He owns the team, and that's his right to do as he sees fit.
Frank, it looks like
getting their per diem packs on the road. We're all right here.
Looks like with some of these deals, GMs are looking for the cap to go up in a few years down the line. Is there any sort of projected timeline on the increases and what they may be once all the new TV revenue comes in and whatnot?
All right, you said there would be no math. I actually spent part of my day today, like what a nerd, going through some spreadsheets and some projections, and I still need to talk to a few people around the league, but I think there's some optimism that next season's cap, meaning the year following, could be $82.5 million, so a $1 million increase, but that's a best case scenario.
Wow.
We need you to say million with the pinky in the mouth now that we call you Dr. Evil.
Well, here's the thing, like the players owe so much money. I need to get an exact calculation, but it's $1 billion. Like it's a lot of money that they owe the owners, and
which is
they're in the
fucking
process
crazy.
of paying.
I know,
that
just
back.
to think that, Biz, that makes me sick.
It makes me sick.
It's the deal they signed.
Yeah, they need that NBA CBA. Those deals, those guys are getting.
And those NBA salaries and those Instagram girls. Maybe. Oh, no, I'll take that back.
Here we go.
Which team, Frank, in your mind, improved the most, at least on paper?
We can edit it so it doesn't act like
My team's Winnipeg, Frank, if you want to hop on board a winner.
I really like the Jets to begin with. They're a team that I had circled throughout the process, not to ride on the Whit train. But the thing is, it's so tough to sign guys as free agents in Winnipeg that a lot of what they have to do to improve their team comes on the trade market. And so to get Nate Schmidt and to only give up a 3rd round pick, I think was a swift move by Kevin Cheveldayoff. And then also, a guy that's so well loved, and you guys would hear this more than I, like Brendan Dillon. Like I've never heard anyone say a bad word about Brendan Dillon. In fact, I've heard that some of his D partners, they actually clamor to play with him because he makes life a lot easier for them out there. So those two guys, you really improve their back end, and then they've got Connor Hellebuck in net, and arguably one of the best top sixes, if not the best top 6 forward groups in the league. Hard not to like what Winnipeg's got going on. By the way, I know we were just talking about the Coyotes. I actually really like, they're not it's impossible to think about, right now. But moving forward with 7 picks in the first 2 rounds in what's supposed to be a stacked 2022 draft, I actually really like.
There we go. Fucking rights, Frank. You're welcome back anytime, pal. Suck it, Whit.
They had a good offseason on that front because you know what the worst part, to be in the NHL is to be a team that doesn't have an identity and doesn't know what they're doing. There's no confusion about what the Coyotes are doing. They're burning it down, and they're taking the Ottawa Senators approach. 2-3 years from now, they're going to be a team that's going to be in a great spot. And look at the Sens; they're a team that's way on the rise.
You hear that, folks? We'll give you about 2 months before the season starts to jump on the Coyotes bandwagon, and after that, it's cut off. You cannot hop on.
What are you selling tickets 2 years in advance?
3 years and 2 months.
No, I'm saying is you have the window here to jump on the bandwagon
on.
Because if you're not willing to go through the pain, you're not willing to inhale the success. So,
Frank, you started in Philly, and then what was the move for you to get with TSN? Like, how long did that take you to, establish yourself as a reporter where you're looking to get a raise and looking to go up to a bigger company?
So I covered the Flyers for 6 years, and then I ended up at TSN sort of as the third line grinder, and then got a chance to really work with some talented people in Darren Dreger and Bob McKenzie, people that became like family, Craig Button and Sarah Orlesky, really, really talented people that work at TSN. And that was awesome to learn from them for 6 years. And then just the chance to spread my wings a little bit, to step away from TSN on my own, not really sure what was going to happen, what was going to come of it. Contrary to popular belief, I didn't have anything in my back pocket.
No shit.
I had, nothing lined up, and my phone started buzzing like literally 3 hours after I sent the tweet out. I had a relationship with Daily Faceoff, having done the podcast with them since January, and just awesome people in Edmonton that they were like, "Hey, you're a free agent. Let's go." And signed on with them, and now a chance to build a really awesome content team. You guys said you go to the site to check out starting lineups and goalies and all that stuff. And now we're going to add some breaking news and some storytelling, some podcasts, some daily streaming shows. And for me, like, that was like shooting gasoline, some rocket fuel into my veins, like to get a chance to, reinvigorate myself a little bit, challenge myself, and just get out there and sort of be on my own. It's been amazing.
When did the sandbagger start? I love it.
Was there a bit of a totem pole factor too? I mean, because it was very rare when you went from the Philadelphia Daily News to TSN. That's a rare move in itself for a U.S. print-based reporter to go to Canada. Then you came back. Was a little bit more of like, okay, you're working with great guys, but you're also kind of maybe underneath them on the depth chart a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's something to that. I think, as far as I know, I was TSN's only full-time employee that was an American.
Wow.
And yeah, I actually never ended up leaving Philly. I've lived here my entire life. Always wanted to be here in the States and working here, and the chance to actually do that at a major Canadian network and be on national TV breaking news was like, something, my head still explodes thinking about it. All I ever wanted to be as a kid was a hockey reporter. And, the chance to do that at a place like a major network like that was awesome. And now something totally different. Like, you guys know this, like, the digital space is crazy.
Yeah, it is. It's the Wild West.
It's totally different.
You kind of took the words out of my mouth with the next question. So you've always grew up wanting to be a hockey reporter. What made you want to do that? Just always a fan of the game, a certain reporter you maybe followed?
I actually, I grew up playing not well, but I played my whole life. I was a junior B scrapper in the Philly area. I played in just a little bit growing up, and I decided, like, in high school, I was like, that's all I ever wanted to be. There was a little magazine at our rink that was in all the rinks here in Philly, and I started writing there in high school, and just latched on, got every opportunity I could get. Didn't know anyone in the industry. That little magazine had a press pass to the Flyers, and I went there my freshman year in college and just met people and got other internships and sort of worked my way up.
Do you remember the first game you got an NHL press pass for?
I don't. It was sometime in 2007, covering the Flyers. That year, they went to the conference final and lost to the Pittsburgh Penguins.
RA got the game ticket from his stamped on a pair of underwear he wears to the Bruins games. Just the big games, though.
Just the big ones? Do you ever watch?
Just the playoff game sevens.
No, he doesn't wash any of his underwear.
Brian McGonigal, Barstool Sports.
See the bacon strips in them. Quite fascinating.
Massacre.
Frank, I mean, this has been awesome, man, and congratulations. Not only with your work at TSN, but of course going out on your own. And I mean, wish you all the best. And as I said, maybe down the road, sandbagger time.
I appreciate it, guys. Thanks a lot for having me. This was awesome.
Yeah, we'll have to do it again for sure. Do it again for sure. And enjoy your time off now. I know you said you're going to be hiring people, but still, you need maybe a couple days to just chill before the season gets going again.
All right, I'll take you up on that.
All right, buddy.
Thanks, Frank. And if you're not following him, you should be. It's at Frank_Seravalli, Seravalli on Twitter. Check him out. He's got all the scoops, as we know. Frank, thanks so much. Have a great weekend.
$1 billion.
Huge thanks to Frank for joining us, man. Great to have him on his first time on the show. You guys are a great reporter. If you're following hockey, you should already be following him on Twitter. So if you're not, go do that now. Excellent reporter. Thanks again, Frank. Well, America has a problem. Everyone is exhausted and out of it because they're not sleeping in a bed that's right for them, and the sleep they are getting sucks. And this problem has a name: junk sleep. Unfortunately, I know about this all too well. I stay up too late watching TV in bed with my phone, working on my laptop, probably eating in bed too, but we can cut that. Also, I didn't talk to a Mattress Firm sleep expert because the sleep experts at Mattress Firm will match you to the best mattresses and sleep products out there based on your specific sleep preferences so that you can get your best sleep possible. We are super excited to be partnering with them this week for the Hockey Fest in Motown. I know people in Detroit don't probably call it that, but we will. We're going to help spread the word on how to unjunk your sleep all weekend. And to unjunk your sleep, go to mattressfirm.com or a Mattress Firm store near you. Struggling with that one today, and speak with a sleep expert. Hopefully we get a little hookup with these. I know we both use a mattress these days. They're always nice to get a nice comfy mattress, but I can't wait for Detroit. I think people there don't probably call it Motown, right? We're just like we don't call it Beantown in Boston.
I doubt it, but I got a little news, boys. It's an early mea culpa. I don't have to wait till next week. Your boy was already wrong in the past 30 minutes. Marc-Andre Fleury has informed the Chicago Blackhawks he will play this year. He is a Chicago Blackhawk full-time. RA said it. I had heard some things, but let's go Flower. Let's go Chicago in that
Fucking
uniform.
right.
Biz mentioned he's going to look great. And wow, is it exciting time for Blackhawks fans? Maybe one more kick at the can here this year. Let's see what goes down, but I love seeing that. Chicago let everyone know with just a tweet of just a little flower emoji to know that he's in. So looking forward to watching him play in Chi-Town.
Folks, we're recording this right now on Sunday morning. So that's why for the late news break during this pod, but holy shit, my hockey boner is absolutely raging right now. Let's go Flyers. I'm on the Chicago bandwagon. Let's go.
You got your East and West team because you know your favorite Coyotes are just, it's got to get worse before it's got to get better, right?
Got to get worse before.
Yep.
That's not the Sears towel you're looking at in Chicago. That's fucking Chiefs morning wood right now after hearing about this fucking tweet.
He called it too. He said he would be playing there. Chief was right.
That's the jolt we needed mid-pod here. Let's go. Let's fucking keep hammering through this. We got a lot of signings.
Here's one for me, man. The Boston Bruins, huge signings for them this week. Picked up that depth they needed that get bitched around the Islanders series. Also got a goalie, Linus Ullmark, 4 years, $20 million. Played for Buffalo for 6 years, had a winning record and some nice numbers. I'm pretty psyched they brought him in. Tuukka Rask, there's no guarantees coming back. He got surgery. He's going to be healthy probably in January. The team said we're going to wait and see. So if he retires, man, they had to cover their ass. They needed a number one goalie. They went out. They got Linus Ullmark. Obviously, Swayman waiting in the wings, but I like that pair. They also brought back defenseman Mike Riley, 3 years, $9 million. Forward Nick Foligno. This was probably the biggest surprise among the forwards. 2 years, $7.6 million. Thomas Nosek, 2 years, $3.5 million. Eric Haller, 2 years, $4.75 million. Defenseman Derek Forbort, 3 years, $9 million. And of course, the other huge news: David Krejci left. I can't really say I broke it. I mentioned this on a previous interview, but I wasn't confident enough to go tweet about it or blog about it. But Krejci is not coming back to the Bruins. He's going to go back to the Czech Republic to raise his family and play there. Huge shakeup here. Whit, you're the local guy as well. Let's go for your take.
Hats off to this guy. What a career, what a player. Quietly goes about his business and gets it done. And let's talk about one thing. This guy led the NHL playoffs in scoring on 2 different occasions. He mentioned 3 special teams he was on, obviously 2011 and winning the Stanley Cup, the runs to the final against Chicago and against St. Louis, those special teams. But he mentioned how much he enjoyed every year. And this was a dude who, to no fault of his own, right? I mean, Patrice Bergeron's obviously that number 1 center all these years he's been there, but Krejci had some scraps to play with for a long time. And that's why last year when they got Hall and they got him re-signed, I think a lot of Bruins fans hoped he would be willing to come back. But in the end, he made a family decision. And that's why I think it's so impressive to hear his or to read his statement in terms of he wants his kids to grow up around his family, to grow up where he grew up, to get to experience Czech Republic, to get his family for the chance to watch him to play at home. You totally understand. I mean, what was he, 15 years on the Bruins, over 750 points, I think it was. Like we mentioned, the 3 trips to the finals, the 2 postseason scoring titles, and just a guy who's like, you never really had to ask or question what he was going to bring. It was Biz, the coaches, they pencil in what's going to happen. You just pretty much always knew what this guy was going to do. Throughout the regular season, he was your number 2 center. He would elevate certain wingers' play by the chance he wasn't getting the chance to play with elite wingers, but he was bringing guys' games to another level. And then once the playoffs started, you knew his game would bump up even more. So I would not be surprised to see 46 retired someday. I don't know if you Bruins fans agree with that. I think it's well-deserved, and I think for the career he had and what he did in Boston, he'll be forever remembered as an awesome Bruin. And teammates have always said this guy is such a great guy. You've seen some funny clips going around the internet. One of them was when he heard about Sagan getting traded, kind of teeing it up with the media. I think it was 1 year around the deadline. But just a guy who just showed up, did his work, the consummate professional, and somebody who I think will forever be remembered as a legendary Bruin.
And retires, well, as of right now, 38 games before 1,000. So doesn't even cost his teammates a watch. It's a tough loss. Like, I know that you mentioned all those other signings, all right, throughout all these crazy contracts that were given out. As I was seeing the ones that Boston was handing out, I'm like, wow, they're getting a lot of fair market value here and filling some much needed holes, to address the issues that they maybe ran into last year in playoffs. But what do you do now for that second line center position? Like what, I don't even know who's still left out there. How much cap room do they have left in order to sign another guy or potentially even bring anyone in? Like, we know how important. Yeah, it's such a big hole to fill despite everything else they did. So it's almost like, 2 step forward, 1 step back in a sense.
I think it's 1 step forward, 2 steps back.
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant to say.
Gee, what do you got, buddy?
Biz, one name that is rumored to come in and fill that second line center is Christian Dvorak from the Arizona Coyotes. Do you think he could step in and fill that role?
I think Christian Dvorak is a really good third line center on a cup contending team. I don't know. Well, mind you, he essentially would be playing with Hall. So then you have elevating his play in that regard. And I want to say that they did play a little bit together when he was in Arizona where they were paired up. So
they did.
There is a connection there. And he's at a fair number. I think he's locked in for the next maybe 4 years here at right around the $4 million mark. So yeah, he's a great 2-way player. Is he going to replace Krejci? No, but
who out there could right now?
That's pretty much the only name that would be available for them to get at a good price. So yeah, I would like to see that happen for Dvorak, and at the fact that we'd probably get a nice return back, and we're not in win now mode. So yeah, that's a good name. Gee, thank you for bringing that up, Mr. Insider.
There was a report that pretty much a day before that the deal was close between the Bruins and him.
Yeah, I saw that.
From Kirk Ludicki. And Kirk knows his shit. I don't think he was fed a pile of shit. But I was also told by somebody else other than who told me something before, a different person said that when the Foligno deal come out, that was the last straw with Krejci. I was also told that because Foligno got 2 years. I guess the Bruins only wanted to go to year to year with Krejci, which, I mean, fuck, I would have had no problem giving him 2 years based on his play last year. But again,
after the season, Krejci had said, I can't even give my family a true, he was so torn, right? I think he was truly like 50-50. Do I give it another go, or is it time to go home? So I have a tough time believing like the jealousy of Foligno getting 2 years would kind of make that decision for him. Not to say that isn't legit, but it is true that if they were telling him we only want to give you 1 year, maybe he took a little bit of offense, but in the end, it was more up to him just thinking it's time to go home. But that is surprising. I didn't know that.
I also have a hard time believing that Boston Bruins wouldn't have gave him a 2-year contract.
Yeah.
Well, true. Yeah, I don't know what he was asking. Either way, it sucks. Whit. His 46 is definitely going to the rafters. I mean, this guy. I've been watching the team for a long time. Esposito was a center when I was a kid. I really didn't see him play much, so I won't include him. But I mean, put him up there with Bergeron, Adam Oates, Peter McNabb, Jean Rattel. I mean, he's one of the best centers in franchise history, a playoff savant, and we're gonna miss him like hell here, man. So best of luck, Craich, wherever you end up next. We're gonna miss the shit out of you, and thanks for the memories in Boston. You were great here.
Now, if he lights it up in Czech next year, sorry, Biz.
No, this is like the long-term IR play that Tampa had.
Can they sign him in March? Like, how do you know? Who knows? Like,
I believe
He'd have
so.
to clear waivers.
Really?
Even though he's unrestricted? I mean, nobody has his rights right now.
Oh, I hope this is a mea culpa for Grinelli next episode. But
I don't know. I just read that on
confident.
Twitter that he'd have to clear waivers.
Yeah.
Must be true.
Oh, okay, yeah.
where I get my
Shitty.com
info.
fucking times 69 said it, so it must be real. But either way, Cretch, we'll miss you.
We got to go to that clip of him and Jágr back to back doing the intro.
Hi, I'm David Krejci. I'm from Sternberg, Czech Republic, and my favorite player growing up was Jaromír Jágr.
Hi, I'm Jaromír Jágr from Kladno, Czech Republic. My favorite player growing up was Jaromír Jágr.
There you have it, folks. I figured that'd be a nice one to sign off on a little humor there. Jaromír Jágr, favorite player growing up, Jaromír Jágr. The GOAT.
I mentioned
Check GOAT.
I mentioned the goalie carousel at the beginning. Well, I don't think any team redid their goaltending quite like Carolina did. They brought in Freddie Anderson on a 2-year, $9 million deal, and Antti Ranta, like Biz said, 2 years, $4 million. Also brought Jordan Martinook back 3 years, Ian Cole 1 year. They brought Tony DeAngelo in 1 year, $1 million, and Derek Stepan signed yesterday, 1 year, $1.35 million. Go to DeAngelo quick. This is no surprise. You knew a team was going to sign him. I guess Carolina, some fans, ticket holders weren't happy with it, but I mean, I don't think the guy did anything where other teams shouldn't have hired him. I mean, he might have been a shitty employee for the Rangers and what he did, but you can say his track record, this and that. But based on what you actually know as facts and not what he thinks maybe in his Twitter feed, you knew a team was going to sign him. I mean, he didn't do anything that was like that unforgivable where a team wasn't going to sign him. And I wasn't surprised at all. He ended up anywhere. 1 year, $1 million. If anything, I thought he might have got a little more money, Biz, no?
Yeah, I think there's definitely some risk associated to it. You go back to his junior career, there was a few incidences there, and it seems if he's on pace to have a pretty good NHL career, and then it just went off the rails a little bit as far as his involvement on social media and his beliefs. And guys, like RA, like you kind of said it too. Like I don't really know what happened that really sparked everyone to be as upset as they are online. I just didn't really give it my time and energy. Now, if there's things that were said that were over the line, I mean, that's between him and the people he said it to, and apparently they've been addressed. I hope that he's able to turn it all around. And you guys know me, I'm a second chance kind of guy. And some people say, well, this ain't exactly a second chance. This is more of a fourth chance. It's not my decision. I wish him the best. And that's pretty much all I got to say about it. I hope he's able to figure it all out and find peace and just play hockey and maybe stay offline. And yeah, that's pretty much all I got.
And to, Carolina fans who might be listening, it might be a tough reminder or just a reminder that this is a business and, sometimes people's feelings, they get put aside or whatever. I know that some fans are upset. I don't think you really should be. It's a guy, you don't have to like him. You can still root for your team, but you shouldn't be surprised. I mean, this is the NHL. I think we've seen guys who've done way worse stuff than whatever even DeAngelo did other than fighting his teammate, that guys that done criminal stuff way worse than what he's done have been signed by other teams for much longer term, much more money. So I think
guys, he's a Trump guy. That's what it is.
I think it's more than, I think it's simplifying that. Half the league is probably a Trump guy.
No one is as vocal about him. Hockey Twitter is fucking nuts, and that is why everyone despises him.
Okay.
It's in my mind, it's the truth. There have been issues, no doubt, but in the end, that stemmed the hatred to begin with. And from moving forward, it's gotten worse with other little things that have happened, but that is the basis of it.
So I read something that, like, was there a racial slur thrown at one of his teammates in NYC?
In junior,
In
I thought.
June-
I know in junior
Yeah.
there was
DeAndre Miller, it was not. It was said that did not happen.
Hey, it's not our choice, like you said, Biz, to give him a second chance.
It's really not on my
the market decides, and Carolina gave him money, and you could take your ball and go home, or you can still root for your team.
Hey, getting the guy, if he's playing the way he did the year prior, and there's no issues in the locker room, $1 million fucking dollars for that guy is legit. You're adding a game breaker on defense offensively at $1 million bucks.
Yeah, exactly. That's a cheap deal if it pans out. It's a pretty good.
It's a no risk move in my mind.
I'd say low risk. I mean, $1 million.
Sorry, you're right. Low risk.
But the goaltender, that's the real story. I think we kind of buried the lead there. Freddie Anderson and Antti Raanta coming in. They let Mrazek go to Toronto. Reimer went to San Jose. I don't know, man. It's a risky move, especially after they traded Nedeljkovic to Detroit for, I think, a third rounder, and he only signed 2 years, $6 million there. It's not a ton of money, but just some very, I guess, questionable moves about the goaltender in Carolina.
Yes, but at the same time, we mentioned last episode, I think I said there was some rumors of Raanta going there and his health being a major concern. Biz said, yeah, he's hurt every week. So they go out and get him, and knowing how often he's injured, boom, you get Freddie. I actually like where they're at now. It's a tag team, 2 goalies. Now, Freddie lost his job last year in Toronto. He got injured. Campbell played phenomenal. But he still has a lot of good hockey left in my mind. And then if Raanta is able to stay healthy, you have these 2 guys battling. You have these 2 guys probably playing split games, depending on if one guy gets really hot. And in the end, if you're going to lose Nedeljkovic, as questionable as that was, to lose a homegrown talent that looked good, you brought in 2 guys who have had success and are going to be able to kind of tag team this team moving forward in terms of their goalie tandem.
Yeah, I would say their goaltending overall didn't get worse. If Raanta can stay healthy, he's a very good goaltender. And along with Freddie Anderson, people might question Freddie Anderson come playoff time. He was really good in the first go around with the Leafs when he had the net. Maybe the second time around is maybe where people had the question marks. But overall, solid tandem, stay healthy. I think they've addressed their goaltending with 2 new guys. Remember, we talked about it. We didn't know if they were going to bring Mrazek back. We didn't know if Bernier was going to end up getting signed. I would say, though, now that they've brought in 2 new guys in, it does look a little bizarre. They wouldn't have given their prospect, who's still a little bit younger and has maybe more to show and more to prove. Yeah, I thought that was bizarre. But, hey, it's hard to question an organization who's able to have as much success as them making the odd moves that they usually make.
And that's why we had a second guess in Biz.
Yeah.
All right, moving right along to the Edmonton Oilers, another team that was pretty active during free agency. Cody Ceci had a nice bounce back here at Pittsburgh last year, was making $1.25 million. Well, he almost tripled his salary and got a 4-year deal, 4 years, $13 million for the defenseman. Edmonton also gave Zach Hyman 7 years, $38.5 million. They brought back Tyson Barrie, 3 years, $13.5 million. And Derek Ryan, 2 years, $2.5 million. I mean, Ceci, hey, good for him. He got paid. Were you a little surprised? I keep saying that. I feel like I'm dissing these guys, but I mean, he got what he got, 4 years, $13 million. Did that a little more than you expected?
I think that the lunch pail blue liners were getting bank come free agency. And hey, I know that he wasn't loved in Toronto, and sometimes that market can chew you up. Well, he's going back to Canada after having a tough year. So we'll see how that works out. They had to address the blue line after getting rid of Ethan Bear. They end up signing Tyson Barrie as well. And I don't know, man, overall, as far as Edmonton's concerned, they definitely got better up front. They're going to lock in Fogle for a few extra years here. That's going to help out for at least the third line. I don't know if he can hop up and play in the top 6 if need be. And Hyman, we know what he can do. I think I mentioned that I think, given Edmonton and where they're at, they have to overpay. But I think that they're going to be a better team going into next season, and they got some goaltending at a discount price. So I think that Edmonton has improved this offseason. And I know I was critical of Holland, but I'm excited to see what this team can do.
Well said, Biz. Well said. I mean, nobody has improved this summer in Canada like the Winnipeg Jets. We'll get to that in a minute, but I do like what's going on in Edmonton. You need Mike Smith to play the way he has. We'll see if he can. He got that 2-year deal. He's old, but he's in ridiculous shape. He showed the past few years how good he's been. But I do think that Edmonton's going into this season with more forward depth, which is the big thing. Like, we need players in the bottom six to be able to play, and they've made some adjustments there. And in terms of the lunch pail D-biz, we didn't even mention with Boston, Derek Forbort, right?
Yeah, another lunch pail defenseman. I think did he lead the Winnipeg Jets in penalty kill ice time, led them, I believe, in block shots as well. And I think that he's a good four-man. And if you need him for a 5 and 6, I think he matches up even better. I think that it's a fair number too. That's what I mentioned as far as filling up some of those holes that Boston did. That was a good job by them. But going back to Cody Ceci, I think that's the similar number for a similar type player and what their expectations are going to be in Edmonton. People are really upset that they moved on from Ethan Bear. I think he's a solid young defenseman who has a higher window and a higher ceiling in order to get to. Did I say that right? Higher window?
Highest ceiling.
Yeah.
Higher windows are tough to
I understood what you were saying.
Yeah. Yeah, you get what I'm saying. So, well, sometimes there's difficult decisions to make around here, folks.
A couple of teams we had already mentioned, but we didn't get to their free agency yet, except for Grubauer. Seattle also signed forward Alex Wenberg to a 3-year, $13.5 million deal. And Jaden Schwartz, 5 years, $27.5 million. I mean, they basically cut their salary cap money in half of what they could spend in one day by adding those three guys. In Columbus, too, we didn't finish them. They made a few other significant moves. They had traded for Jake Bean. He was a restricted free agent defenseman. They gave him 3 years, $7 million. Forward Sean Corelli, who was late of the Bruins, 4 years, $10 million. He's the latest in a long line of Bruins fourth liners to cash in elsewhere. Congrats to him. Forward Boone Jenner signed a 4-year, $15 million extension that starts next season. And Patrick Laine, another huge name, he signed his 1-year, $7.5 million deal. I believe it was a qualifying deal. He'll have made almost $24 million by the time he's 24 years old. And they also signed forward Eric Robinson, 2 years, $3.2 million. So just want to keep you up to speed on those teams. But, yeah, good for Corelli getting paid. Let's see, moving right along. Dallas Stars, they were pretty busy as well. Ryan Suter, they landed him 4 years, $14.6 million. Comes out to $3.65 a year. Goalie Braden Holtby, a 1 year at $2 million. Forward Luke Glendon, 2 years, $3 million. Defenseman Yanni Hakanpää, 3 years, $4.5 million. Forward Michael Raffle, 1 year, $1.1 million. And restricted free agent forward Joel Kiviranta, 2 years, $2.1 million. Ryan Suter, obviously the big name there. And that's ironic. I think it was Greg Wyshynski who said that Billy Guerin basically did him a pretty good favor by buying him out because now he's going to make way more money in the next few years than he would have if he stayed in Minnesota. So sometimes things you don't think are going to be good turn out to be. Anything here, boys? You want to keep humming along?
No, it was kind of rumored for a little while that the Bruins were a possibility for Suter, and then it seemed like Dallas had the runaway lead. So I think some people had hoped, or maybe Dallas Stars fans had hoped they got a little bit younger. But to bring in a veteran defenseman who still has a lot of good hockey left, we've talked about that. That's a good move. I mean, that team, after their run to the finals, it was supremely disappointing, I think, with what happened this year, but they battled the COVID outbreak within their team. They had other injuries, and I think this year going forward with what Dallas had showed 2 years ago, it's a team that's looking to get back to one of those top teams and really kind of get back into the playoffs challenging for a Stanley Cup.
Sagan's going in healthy. I think they're going to be in the mix again. Yeah, they got put behind the 8 ball. We talked about how condensed their schedule was in the second half because of all the COVID games they missed, but Dallas is looking good.
Yeah, and Holtby signing is interesting, too, because they have Bishop and Hudobin both under contract. Bishop is coming off surgery. There's a thought that if he's not ready to go, they can LTIR him. And, of course, they got Ettinger waiting in the wings down in the AHL. So a little bit of a logjam there in the goaltending increase in Texas. But I don't know, man. I wouldn't be surprised if Holtby gets in a few games there because given, what's his name, Bishop's surgery condition. All right, boys, the Montreal Canadiens, a team that got to the Stanley Cup final. They did get waxed once they got there, but they got some reinforcements coming. Defenseman David Savard signed 4 years, $14 million, ostensibly there to replace Shea Weber. Forward Mike Hoffman got 3 years, $13.5 million. Forward Joel Armia, 4 years, $13.6 million. Arturi Lehkonen, 1 year, $2.3 million. Cedric Paquette, 1 year, $950K. Matthew Perreault, 1 year, $950K. And Chris Weidman back in the league. Good to see that. 1 year, $750K. I'm not sure if this team's going to get back to the Stanley Cup final next year, Whit, but they're certainly putting holes in play, filling holes right now.
Yeah, and I was very happy for Wideman. There was an interesting article that came out on The Athletic. If you guys remember the Ottawa Senators Uber scandal in which they were shit-talking an assistant coach, maybe some teammates, Wideman mentioned that he was told then that somebody was going to pay the price, and it ended up being him. He went over to the KHL. I think he got Defenseman of the Year over there, had a phenomenal year, and gets another chance to come back into the NHL, so I'm happy for him. And I think that Montreal, little bit of this season was a fluke. I said it all along. Biz became a fan. He hopped on the bandwagon. I don't know what they're going to have this year. No Weber kills. They still have Petrie. He's a great player, but I don't think that they'll be able to make a run like they did this past season.
Yeah, I think the Hoffman signing is much like a Toffoli signing, just a natural goal scorer. They got another one in the mix. Offense is something that they're going to need, and obviously trying to fill in some forward roles with losing Tatar and then now Deneau, which was that was a fucking wrench into the business. Hey,
great segue, Biz. I was just going to mention that's a huge hole for the Canadians now. Center Phil Deneau went to LA 6 years, $33 million, going to get $5.5 a year. The Kings also added defenseman Alex Edler, who has been a lifetime Canuck till now. He took 1 year, $3.5 million. They also signed restricted free agent forward Andreas Athanasiou, 1 year, $2.7 million. That will take him to restricted free agency as well. Montreal, Biz, that's the perfect segue for the Kings right now. Philip Deneau, he was the big free agent in Montreal. Well, he went all the way across the continent to the Kings. 6 years, $33 million. He got his $5.5 million that he was rumored to. I mean, were you surprised he ended up all the way in LA, Biz?
I was here in Vegas. And especially after you saw them free up the cap space with Marc-Andre Fleury, it made even more sense because that was one of the issues that they needed to address. But listen, LA, they've been struggling the last couple of years. Rob Blake needed to make a move, and they got to get back to playoff hockey, or I would assume that, there would be rumblings of, I don't want to say lose his job, but I mean, at some point you got to change something and or trade off your heavy assets in order to start the rebuild. So now you got a pretty good strong through the middle with Kopitar, Deneau, and then Quinton Byfield. I mean, that's a pretty strong middle of the ice. Now, one of the concerns is maybe overpayment for Deneau and the fact that he doesn't bring as much offense as you'd like to see. But 5-on-5, he produces pretty well offensively. During the playoffs, it wasn't that great because his role kind of switched to shutting down other teams' top centers. So in doing that, yes, he was not able to produce offensively in playoffs, but may we remind you, he was shutting down elite centermen while doing so. And he's going to go over to LA, and who knows, maybe there he'll be able to get some power play time and continue to contribute not only 5-on-5, but get pack the stats a little bit. Given with some 5-on-4. So I like the signing for LA. They needed to make a move, and maybe this will be the move that gets them back into the playoffs after missing out the last couple of years.
And not a crazy number for a number two center. And if Byfield's able to make a quick hop into the league and really kind of dominate earlier than people thought, maybe he ends up playing, third line, or Byfield plays the wing. We'll see what goes on. But $5.5 million for what he does on both sides of the ice, I understand. It was more about the one goal in the playoffs. It took him to the finals to get it, and more people seeing that and questioning the number. But like you said, LA had to do something, and they needed to get another center in there to help out Kopitar.
Well said, Whit. Well said. A couple other signings by LA. Defenseman Alex Edler, 1 year, $3.5 million. He moves on after a career with the Canucks. And restricted free agent forward Andreas Athanasiou signs for 1 year, $2.7 million. That'll take him to unrestricted free agency after this season. All right, moving right along. Calgary Flames signed forward Blake Coleman to a 6-year, $29.4 million deal that comes out to $4.9 million a year. He got the cups. That's extra shine, gets you some extra pay. Did he come a little higher than either of you two thought, or right about where, or what?
I think a little higher than I thought, but with what he's done and the 2 Stanley Cups, it's like he scores these memorable goals, and he was such a big part of these 2 Stanley Cup winning teams that you knew the price was going to rise based on like his reputation and kind of what he's done since he went over to Tampa. And even some of the goals he scored in Jersey, and he demanded a first-round pick when he was traded, so it's a super talented player. I don't know what line he'll play on in Calgary. You got to assume it's a top 2 line with him making that money now. I think on a great team, he is kind of that third line guy with what you saw in Tampa, but it wasn't a surprise. He was UFA. It was perfect timing for him to hit the market. And in that, Calgary goes out and makes a little bit of noise. So a questionable offseason in Calgary. You lose your captain, but at least you bring in a guy who was sought after by a bunch of different teams.
Hell of a raise too, going from 1.8 to 4.9 mil. Nice little
life-changing money, $30 million. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the first 5 or 10's life-changing, then everything after that just gravy. Of course, I don't have any of that, so only you can tell us, Whit.
Me neither. Yeah, let us know, Whit.
Yeah, I've never done that. Maybe I'll start bringing it up.
Vancouver was another team pretty busy last week. Let's see. They signed defenseman Tucker Pullman, 4 years, 10 mil. Travis Hamonic stayed there 2 years, 5.875 mil. Luke Shen, 2 years, 1.7 mil. They brought in free agent goalie Yaroslav Halak, 1 year. Depending on bonuses, he'll make anywhere between $1.5 million and $3 million. Brandon Sutter back for another year at 1.125. And the biggest one of the bunch, I'd say, restricted free agent forward Connor Garland, who they just got from Arizona, local boy. 5 years, 24.75 mil, 4.95 million average annual value for the local South Shore kid. Whit, we love to see it.
So happy for this kid. Undersized player, went up to the Quebec League. Not that common for, guys from around Massachusetts. A lot of people play college hockey. Took a beating up there, learning how to play, professional style hockey at a young age. And then his skill level, every place he went, the more ice time he gets, the better he plays. This year, the best player on the Coyotes by far, I thought. And to get him at that number, man, that's nice. You see a lot of guys making more money than him that I don't think can play offensively the way he can. Not to mention, he is not a perimeter player. Biz has watched this guy play. He goes to dirty areas. He scores ridiculous goals around the net. He creates plays. I love his game. I love that move for Vancouver. And then the money he gets, it's like that's one of the top signings this offseason. I swear to God, I thought, if you saw him sign a deal at $6 million per year, I really wouldn't have been surprised. To see it come in under 5, very happy for him. Like we said, that's life-changing money, but at the same time, for what he does and how good he is on the ice, you're not exactly overpaying in one bit.
Yeah, no, he's a fun player to watch. I'm happy to see what he can do up in Vancouver and surrounded by some pretty elite talent there too. So very good deal. And as far as Pullman goes, I don't know much about him. I think a lot of people were surprised by that number. I think one of those guys where they got him locked in for 4 years for $10 million, 2.5 a year, where they're hoping that he surpasses that number over the next couple of years. They're hoping he can get to that next level of play. But as far as a head scratcher, that was probably the only one as far as Vancouver's concerned. But I'm happy that Connor Garland got a story guy. He was in the American Hockey League, not even able to put up points there, found a way to create offense. Then he got his chance with the Coyotes. I don't think he had a point in his first 8 or 9 games in the NHL, but based on the injuries they had, he got to stay up. And then I think the floodgates opened around game 9. And once he potted his first one, the confidence just came. And I tell you what, a very elite player to watch, and especially at that number you mentioned, Whit.
And it's pretty cool because it's like a story of just like staying with it. Like he has some drive within him where he was never given the top minutes. Like he got to the AHL, he wasn't playing on a top line. He had to prove that he could play on the third and fourth line. And then all of a sudden you kind of start seeing the offense in practice. You start seeing little plays in games where he gets the chance, takes advantage of it, gets to the NHL. Same thing. You're not top 2 lines. He's got to show in practice. He's got to show within little to few ice time and minutes played on the third and fourth line that he's making a difference. All of a sudden he gets his chance, takes advantage of it. So for somebody who has never and has not been handed one thing in his career, you're just really happy to see him prove his worth offensively and prove how high level his skill level is. And he's a guy too who's just obsessed with hockey. He runs a skate here in the summer. He keeps the stats in the league. We've talked about it before that he just lives and dies for the game. And just to see him fight through all the challenges to become a top end player is a really cool story.
Gotta love the dedication on keeping stats. There's always
that's when you know you're a real sick prick.
A fifth round pick, undersized. The kid got balls and heart galore. I love watching him play. So congrats to him and his fam. Good fam he comes from. We mentioned Peter Mrazek going to the Toronto Crease, 3 years, $11.4 million. They also signed defenseman Michael Bunting, 2 years, $1.9 million. And they brought in a couple of Bruins cast-offs, Nick Ritchie and Andre Kasha, who the Bruins elected not to qualify. They signed Ritchie 2 years, $5 million. Kasha 1 year, $1.25. He had some serious concussion issues. The Bees didn't even try to bring him back, which is a surprise. They gave up a first rounder for him. But Toronto, they're still going to be plugging away, but we'll see what happens with him. Biz, I know that your team. Did you want to add something? Or?
Well, I like the tandem. They just got to stay healthy. Mrazek dealt with some issues last year. So did Campbell. But I thought overall their goaltending is solid for what they can do with the money that they have to spend. And Ritchie, solid bottom six guy. He brings a good net front presence. I know people question the move when he came over from Anaheim to Boston, but you guys liked him watching him there. I thought he brought a lot to the lineup. No?
Yeah, I think maybe consistency might have been an issue. He'd go on a tear for a little while, and then he kind of disappeared in the playoffs a bit, although all the Bruins did versus the Islanders. But I don't know what kind of money he was asking for. I'm not shocked they let him go at this point, just probably because they wanted to go in the other direction as far as the depth that they did go with, Haula, Noshik, and Foligno. So I can't say I'm surprised either one of them left. I'm surprised Toronto grabbed them both. That's pretty funny, especially considering their cap situation.
Yeah, and going to Bunting, he was a guy who was with Arizona, got called up towards the end of the season, played, I think, 20 to 22 games, ended up having 10 goals. Another undersized guy with some salt and pepper to his game. He's willing to go to the blue. He won't surprise you with his how he's not like the fastest, but I think his anticipation is what makes him look faster. He's just always on, and he's a good competitor. So I think for the number that they got him at and the connection between Dubas and him and Sault Ste. Marie seems to be a lot of guys that he's bringing in from the past and guys that he's comfortable with. I think that'll make him settle in nice there. And I think he can add a lot to that lineup. It sucked as a Coyotes fan to see a homegrown guy like that. He finally gets his chance. He dominates, and then we lose him for nothing. And that was a little bit frustrating, but I wish him the best. He's a competitor, brought it every single night, and I would imagine he does in Toronto as well. So Toronto, another team trying to fill holes with the amount of money they have, just like some other teams that are kind of in a cap bind.
Okay, boys, moving right along. Looking at the Vegas Golden Knights, this one was on the cusp of signing before last step, but it was official. Alec Martinez re-upped 3 years, $15.75 million, comes out to $5.25 a year. That's a no-brainer signing. We already mentioned Laurent Brassard, backup goalie signing. They also brought in Matthias Janmark, 1 year, $2 million. But the big trade, I mentioned it briefly earlier, Biz. Vegas sends Revo to the Rangers for a third in 22. He had 1 year left this season at 1.75. Then the Rangers extended him for another year at the same price. The Rangers have definitely beefed up. Huge move. I don't think Revo wanted to leave Vegas, but he seems pretty excited to go to Manhattan.
I think that if one thing New York had to address, it was team toughness, and they do so by acquiring Ryan Reeves. I mean, I think everybody's looking back to the incident last year where Tom Wilson ended up slamming Panarin down to the ice, and that's going to be a storyline going into next season. Whether you like it or not, whether you love or hate the fighting, there will be fireworks between Tom Wilson and Ryan Reeves. And I think everybody who enjoys the game of hockey for everything that it has to offer is going to be pumped for that first game at MSG.
Opening night for both teams. And we get to see Reeves, who I think fits in so perfectly in New York City and the Rangers and Madison Square Garden. That's a guy who probably, like, you could picture playing with the Rangers at some point, the way he plays the game, the way he kind of lives his life off the ice. You know, he loves being in the scene. He loves being in the mix and all this. And I'm excited for that. And I think that the Rangers have done a pretty good job in terms of like changing the makeup of their team where it won't be as easy to go in and play them. And he just was like the cherry on top. And Barstool Nate, you're now in the same city as Reeves. He may just sneak into your apartment and strangle you to death one night. So I'd be a little worried if I were him. But I'm excited to see what he's going to bring. And for that first night, there'll be fireworks, no doubt.
It's at MSG,
Wilson won't
right?
fight him. I don't think Wilson. Have they fought prior or no? Reeves used to always try to fight him, I think, but we'll see what goes on opening night.
And Vegas also sent Nick Holden in a third in 22 to Ottawa for Evgeny Dadonov, another side deal. Winnipeg was another team that was pretty busy. They only made one free agent signing, Paul Stastny, their own free agent. They brought him back for 1 year, $3.75 million. But they also showed up their D, which is a problem for them in the playoffs. They traded for both Nate Schmidt and Brendan Dillon. They sent Vancouver a third and 22 for Schmitty, and they sent Washington a second in both 22 and 23 for Brendan Dillon. Schmitty's got 4 years left at just under $6 million. Brendan Dillon's got 3 years left at just under $4 million. I mean, this team gets way better in the back end, no shit. But a couple of ballsy moves by Winnipeg. There was some scuttlebutt. Schmitty didn't want to waive his no trade clause to play in Winnipeg, but then when he saw the situation in Vancouver, it made him reevaluate things, so he decided to go there. Either way, a huge improvement for the Winnipeg Jets on the back end.
What a summer for Kevin Cheveldayoff and the Winnipeg Jets. And if you go back to 2019, So that year, they knew that they had to trade Trouba, and that was because he wouldn't commit long-term. So they got rid of Trouba. They were okay that summer with losing Tyler Myers. They weren't comfortable paying him what he would demand on the open market. So they lose Tyler Myers. The big issue was they also lost Ben Sherratt that year. I think they really liked him as a player. I know they wanted to keep him, but in the end they couldn't. He was able to get more money from Montreal. He moves on. Then what happens? They get hammered by the Dustin Byfuglien news of him not wanting to play anymore. So had they known that prior, they never would have let Sherratt go. And all of a sudden, it was a disaster summer. Since then, the Jets have struggled immensely on D. It was what we all said. Their forwards are great. They got a Vezina-winning goalie in net. And then defensively, they just really couldn't get anything done. It's been the exact opposite 2 summers later. This year, they were able to go out and get Nate Schmidt. They were able to re-sign Paul Stastny. There was rumors if he'd wanted to move on, but he didn't. He wanted to stay there. Schmidt and Stastny are represented by the same agent, Matt Cater. So Stastny is really good friends with Schmitty from playing together in Vegas. They were able to talk on the phone. He was able to, I don't necessarily think convince him, but at least tell him, like, we got something special going on. They had their eyes on Brendan Dillon a while. When he went over to Washington, they kind of realized in reading the Pierre LeBrun article on The Athletic that Washington had some cap issues, so he could be made available. So in the end, Cheveldayoff said in the article, it's basically worked out as good as he could have hoped. This was basically their like dream situation for the summer, was getting these 2 guys. They brought over 2 top 4 defensemen. They were able to bring back DeMello, who they weren't able to protect, but Seattle didn't take him, Dylan DeMello. So Winnipeg, the way Montreal had last summer, basically been one of the teams that made a bunch of noise and a bunch of improvements. I think that's the Jets this year. So to have those forwards they have up front, to get those 2 top 4 D-men, not lose DeMello, and bring back Stastny as a top 6 forward, it's like Winnipeg's right there. I think this year is going to be a huge year for the Jets, and you got to be as excited as you've been in quite a while if you're a Jets fan going into this season.
Yeah, pretty much. You got about three Canadian teams looking a lot better on paper. You got Vancouver. I like Edmonton. We mentioned that, and then now with Winnipeg. You always like seeing Winnipeg in the mix with the whiteout crowds.
Oh yeah, we just need crowds in Canada. Fuck any crowd.
Still got a laundry list here. I'm going to run through them. Let's see. St. Louis Blues, they signed Brandon Saad to a 5-year, $22.5 million deal. Also signed a pair of restricted free agents in Pavel Buchnevich, not Artem Anisimov. 4 years, $23.2 million for Buchnevich, and their own RFA, Ivan Barbashev, 2 years, $4.5 million. The Blackhawks also added defenseman Jake McCabe, 4 years, $16 million, forward Jujar Khaira, 2 years, $1.95 million, and local boy Adam Gaudette for a year at $997,000. Minnesota added a pair of defensemen, Dmitry Kulikov, 2 years, $4.5 million, Alex Goligoski, a year for $5 million.
Local boy coming back home.
Freddie Gaudreau, 2 years, $2.4 million. And then Philadelphia, of course, our boy Keith Yandel got bought out earlier by Florida. Well, he's going to join our buddy Hazy in Philly. Keith took a 1-year deal worth $900,000. They also brought in Nate Thompson, a friend of the program, 1 year, $800K. And they brought in goalie Martin Jones, 1 year, $2 million, to work with Carter Hart, presumably. So we'll keep an eye on that. Pittsburgh, forward Brock McGinn, 4 years, $11 million. Forward Danton Heinen, 1 year, $1.1 million. A couple other moves by the Rangers here. Pair of defensemen they signed. Patrick Nemeth, 3 years, $7.5 million. Jared Tenorti, 2 years, $1.8 million. And RFA forward Philippe Hedel, 2 years, $4.6 million. San Jose Sharks, I mentioned already, they got James Reimer, 2 years, $4.5 million. They also signed another pair of forwards, Nick Bonino, 2 years, $4.1 million. And forward Andrew Cogliano, 1 year, $1 million. That sounds like trade bait at the deadline already, a pair of guys like that, you would think.
Bonino, nice number for Bonino. And Cogliano continues to just he would have the Yandel Ironman streak had it not been for the suspension he was given by George Peros. So you'll see if San Jose does struggle, those could be some guys on the move possibly, although Bonino's is a 2-year deal.
The Detroit Red Wings will be there this weekend. They had their own restricted free agent forward, Tyler Bertuzzi. They gave him 2 years, $9 million. Defenseman Jordan Osterley got 2 years, $2.7 million. They grabbed Pius Suter from the Blackhawks. He was not qualified, so he became unrestricted. 2 years, $6.5 million for him. And they brought back your pal Sam Gagner, 1 year, $850K. Whit once again. All right, humming right along here. Nashville, they re-upped forward Michael Granlund, 4 years, $20 million, and they brought in goalie David Riddick, 1 year, $1.25 million to back up. Oh my God, I'm
UC Saros.
UC Saros, thank you, my friend. Anaheim brought back forward Ryan Getzlaff, 1 year, $4.5 million. I think the cap's only $3 million. I know he's in over 35, so there's probably some bonus stuff there. Biz, do you know anything about this forward, Dmitry Yaskin? 1 year, $3.2 million. I know he played in Europe the last few years. He last played in the NHL 2018, 2019 with the Caps. Sounds like
so he was in St. Louis beforehand, and we were actually at training camp with him, and he was highly touted, and I just don't think he was ever able to find his NHL game. But he's the type of guy where when he goes back to Russia, he lights the lamp. So you often see sometimes these guys who can have great successful careers over there, but they can't transform their game to the North American style. So Coyotes are going to give him an opportunity. I say it's a no-risk move. He'll come over here for 1 year. If he has success, who knows? Maybe he's even a guy, if he has a hot start to the year, he's trade bait at the deadline as well. As kind of, you've seen that type of theme going on with the NHL lately, in order to gain picks or whatever it may be. But yeah, Whit, do you remember anything about him?
I just remember how big and strong he was. And like, he was given a bunch of opportunities. I don't think that at that time Ken Hitchcock could really stand him. And there were other coaches after who, he kind of fell out of favor with, ended up back in the KHL. Could have been a move also. Go over there, make some dough, and you'll get back to the NHL, which he now is. I think there's a ton of skill level there. I don't know if he'll be able to perform in the NHL, like top two-line player. He wasn't able to prior, but maybe a difference in play and growing up a little bit will change that. But it'll be interesting to see.
I think he won KHL Player of the Year, didn't he?
Did he? I don't know.
Yeah, he's 28 years old, and he's averaged over a point per game the last two seasons with Dynamo Moscow, Moscow Dynamo. They got it written Russian style here. So, yeah, this kid's obviously skilled. Seems like a nice little risk for the Coyotes. All right, moving right along. Ottawa signed defenseman Michael Zalzato to a 2-year, $4 million deal. Congrats on him getting 2 years. Florida signed Brandon Montour, 3 years, $10.5 million. And forward Carter Verhaeghe, 3 years, $12.5 million. It's an extension that starts next year. Buffalo, they found themselves goalieless a few days into free agency, so they went out and got Craig Anderson, 1 year, $750K, and Aaron Dell, 1 year, $750K.
Every guy who signed with the Buffalo Sabres got $750K.
I thought that was a joke until I looked at the cap. It's like Jack at 10, and then everyone underneath them.
Just
like
change the name. Every single contract the same, just change the name. On the header.
Jesus.
We'll get to Eichel in a little bit.
Yeah, we will shortly. The Islanders, nothing really going on there. Of course, this is Lou Lamoriello. He runs a very tight, quiet ship. Nothing seems to get leaked somehow. But you can do the math there. Parise, Palmieri, and Zajac are all still officially unrestricted free agents as to what we know. You would think some teams probably would have signed them. So I think you can deduce that they're probably going to end up with the Islanders. Just nothing official yet. We did mention Ethan Bear went to Carolina for Warren Fogle. Then Fogle got 3 years, $8.25 million from Edmonton. Bear has 1 year left at $2 million. And Washington, they lost Vitek Vanacek in the expansion draft, but they were able to get him back from Seattle for a second rounder in 23. And someone said, why couldn't they do that with Price? I think that was because Price has so much time left at so much money, whereas because Vanacek's got 1 year left on his entry-level deal, they didn't view it as cap circumvention, so they were allowed to make that trade. So Vanacek ends up back in Washington after a brief stay in Seattle. And one last deal before we bring on Drew Shaw. Buffalo, let's see. The Buffalo picked up defenseman Will Butcher in a 5th and 22 from New Jersey for future considerations, which is basically a bag of airplane.
For $750K.
Yeah. So, all right. Wow. That's a fucking mouthful, gang. Fortunately, we're going to bring on Drew Shaw to wake the place up and have some laughs, some unreal stories. But first, now that the world's opening back up, so many new thrills are on the horizon. And whether you've been in a relationship for years or just getting started, or you're excited to get back out there and meet new people, when the moment comes, you want to be ready. Roman ready. Go to getroman.com/Barstool now to talk to a U.S. licensed healthcare professional. With Roman, you can get a free online evaluation and ongoing care for erectile dysfunction, all from the comfort and privacy of your own home. Roman ready equals confidence. The confidence that you know you can rise to the occasion in the moment. We're looking at a new summer of love right now, and Roman wants to make sure you can participate in your way, whether that's as a single person or a couple who would rather stay together and with each other. Whatever floats your boat. It's a nice, simple process. Roman finds the best treatment plan for you, and if medication is appropriate, It ships to you free with 2-day shipping. And getting started is wicked simple. You just go to getroman.com/Barstool and complete an online visit. It'll take care of your ED without leaving your home. You just do an online visit. Super easy to connect with a U.S. licensed professional. They take care of it. One more time, you go to getroman.com/Barstool. And if you're prescribed, you get 50% off your first month of ED treatment. So make sure you're ready to have confidence and control the stomach. Roman ready. Because I know you're always Roman ready. All right, gang, without further ado, I know you've been waiting patiently. It's our pal, Drew Shaw.
And now it's a pleasure to be joined by a good buddy of mine, a guy. I go way back with this guy to the Always Hungry League. This dude was drafted in the second round in 2009 by the Panthers, the Cats, and I got to meet up with him in San Antonio. He went on to play everywhere, complete suitcase, and because of that, he's now retired and a new agent in the NHL. We're talking to Drew Shore from Denver, Colorado. What's up, buddy?
How you doing, man? Thanks for having me on.
Oh, this is great. I said a long time ago, I want to get you on. And you said, dude, I'll come on right when I retire. And then this worked out good.
I didn't know I was going to be continuing in hockey, so I was really pumped to let it fly, but now I got to keep it a little bit professional.
Yeah, super agent over here. So, Biz, the first time I met Shorzy, I signed in Florida, but it was after training camp. So I was up, sent me down after 7 games, -7. Everyone knows. I think 11 minutes a game, horrible hockey. So I go down to the minors, and Shorzy's there, but I'd never met him because I wasn't at training camp. And first thing he says, he goes, "How much better is the show?"
He's in prison.
He's like,
do you remember your first game?
Yeah, I think I had 1-1, dude.
You did, but it was at 10:30 a.m. Let me explain this to you.
I can imagine grumpy Whit. I can imagine 10:30 a.m. game.
So this guy flies. He gets sent down. Probably there was no direct flight from Florida to Oklahoma City. I'll never forget
went to Chicago.
Yeah. Pulls up to Oklahoma City, and I didn't know him. I see him in the lobby. Someone gives him an itinerary. He's like, "Bro, someone's playing a prank on me." I'm like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "This is fucked up." He's like, "I just got sent down. I'm pissed off." He's like, "It says we're playing at 10:30 in the morning. Like, what time is the morning skate?" I'm like, "No, that's when the game is." He's like, "Nah, like, quit fucking with me. I'm not in a good mood." He'd flown all day. He could not believe the game was at 10:30 in the morning. So then we played the game.
Like,
I'll never forget. We play the game. You actually had 1-1, and then we had one of those sleeper buses home. You grabbed probably 15 beers from the gas station, closed your blinds on the sleeper bus home, and just shut it down. It was game over. And I just remember, that was funny. That was the first time we ever met.
Well, dude, the best part about
that. Can I get 30 fucking seconds to recover from that story?
The best part was, Biz, I got into Oklahoma City, and he saw me, and I go up into my room, and I go to bed, but I got a roommate.
Yeah.
Petro comes cruising in at like 3:30 in the morning, dude. I'm like, the game starts in like 4 hours.
And then
wakes me up, and I've never met him.
Biz, in the minors, like at that time, they don't do it anymore, but like you had to like pick an item to eat and like put money in a cup. Whit comes up to me. Instead of warming up.
Wait, time out. Let's go in deeper. There's like a list after the games because like you're leaving right away. So like in a restaurant locally will put a menu out. Everybody has to pay for their meal with a little bit of tip. And then it's hopefully.
It comes at the end of the first. It's the soggiest sub of your life. And it has to last for 12 hours.
It's like eating wet cardboard. Anyway, back over to you, Drew.
But like Whit couldn't warm up for the game because he was so mind blown about this whole process of like putting money in a cup. He almost didn't warm up. He sat at the table, and when guys were putting money in, at first he was like, "What the fuck are guys doing?" And I'm like, "This is how it works down here." And he couldn't.
Dude, I knew how that worked. I'd played in the minors.
Yeah, but that was like 20 years before that.
I will give this guy my spot on the podcast.
Taking guys' money. What?
I'll give this guy my spot on the podcast if he could just keep telling me.
This guy remembers everything. I knew it'd be an issue. This guy has a memory like an elephant.
Oh my goodness!
Wait, used to come. Remember?
Keep going.
Remember T-Row?
Oh, I never forget this. Like it was like a 9 o'clock flight from San Antonio. Like we'd always fly out at 9 because we'd have to take like 3 flights before we got to Utica. And he would come last guy sweating onto the plane every time. And I'd be like, bro, you're late. Where are you? He's like, had to get in 9. He would play 9 holes of golf before the team plane would leave at 9 a.m.
Play alone at that track. And anyone who's ever been to San Antonio, where's that area I lived?
The Quarry.
The Quarry. And they had this golf course. It's so fun. That place was sick. Nobody was out there. I just go play every day after pregame skate. Shorzy, you never played. He's like, I don't play during the season. But you were so like gung ho to get to the NHL. You were me like 10 years prior, and I saw the future. I saw your future coming. Your suitcase years.
Drew, the reason I'm laughing so hard is because I could picture him going up to the show and experiencing life the way he had, and that complete separation for 10 years. And then you come back down to realize it's like still the same. So you're all the stories you have of them. Like I could picture every one of them. So
and the worst part about it is, so the year before was my first year pro. And that's when I played 40 games in the NHL. So I had just been sent down in the minors. Like at the time I was like an entitled 21-year-old fuck. Like I thought I just, you know what I mean?
So mad.
So on top of me being miserable, they bring this guy down who I hang out with every day, like the most depressed person in the world. So imagine the two of us sitting in the back of the bus at the after games. It was not good.
No, I remember you're like, oh, there's some funny memories. I wouldn't even remember this stuff. It's making me remember things. I remember the Panthers won on the road, and they'd been losing. You're like, I think I'm gonna go up if they lose again. And like, I picked you up in the morning. They won 4-0. You're like the Cats. See that game, Whit? See that game?
Hey, do you know what your name in my phone is?
What?
Your name in my phone is Donnie Whit Brosco. Do you remember this story?
No, I love that movie though.
Okay, so on the anniversary of like, how many All-Star games did you play in the NHL?
None, dude. I played in a Young Stars game, and then I made an All-Star game, but I got my ankle blown out and never played again. What?
Well, I think on the anniversary like of that game, you were supposed to play in the All-Star game. We played in Texas, and we got blown out. Texas at the time was unreal. We were sitting in the back of the bus, and Whit was like, I was supposed to be on a private jet flying to the All-Star game with Sid. Now he was like -3. And he's like, I feel like Donnie Brosco. And I didn't know who that was at the time. And he's like, I feel like I went into hiding and my whole life has changed. So he was a good influence for me when I was pouting at 22.
Was he the grumpy vet in the room?
The grumpiest of all time, but the funniest. He would always take all of the guys out to dinner and pay every time. So I will give him that.
Oh, he's like the most generous guy like that. I'll see him like we'll go up to people on the road and he'll be like, "Hey, can I get a cigarette?" And they'll give one to him. He'll give him $100.
Yeah,
just peel off.
Yeah, but I'm not smoking the cigarette. I just want to, give it to somebody else.
He was good to everyone. Like he would always take like AHL guys out to the nicest restaurant, pay for it all. So I mean, that is true.
I mean, yeah. Looking back, I'm like, fuck, man. I was so miserable. I was still making $1 million down there, but I just knew my ankle was done. I knew I was so done. I was so pissed off. Yeah, it was pathetic how mad I was every day. Mott's cheered me up, though.
You couldn't move, but fuck, you could still walk the line.
Yeah, exactly. Head up, dude.
Always.
All right, well, Shorzy, we got to get into your career and your life growing up. I mean, you got 3 brothers or 4?
3.
3 brothers, 4 Shores. All of them played at the University of Denver, or just 3 you guys did?
Just 3. The youngest one's at Harvard right now.
Dude, this poor kid. When was the last time he played a game?
Yeah, so he didn't even go to school this year. He just worked this year, and now he's going back next year.
Wow, good for him. That sucks. But so are you the oldest? What's the order? And what was it like in your house when you're like 12 years old? I mean, I can't imagine your parents and how many weekends they spent in rinks all year long.
That's why now that I have my own kids, I have a brand new appreciation for them. But no, so there's 4 of us total. I'm a year and a half older than Nick, who played in LA for a while with Biz. Then he's a year and a half older than Quentin. Then there's about a 7-year gap between Baker, who's now at Harvard.
Who's the most skilled? Who's the most skilled? Honestly,
I heard Baker is the best at everything in the whole family.
Yeah. No, he is. I mean,
the golden goose.
He saw me have to go play hockey in Europe and like Russia and stuff. He's like, "Hey, I'm going to Harvard. Fuck it." But no, he is the best at everything. So I'd give it to Baker.
At golf?
No, not at golf, but I mean, just as an athlete, good looking, smart. He's got the full package.
We're probably going to talk about all these sports you guys play against each other, but far and above, you're the worst golfer. And I think you went on a bachelor party recently, and and then you ended up tossing your new clubs or something,
dude.
So all right.
Hey, this guy's a mental midget, Biz.
Yeah, okay, so playing golf against Nick is like, my wife's like, I play golf with him almost every time, regardless of the two other people. And like, so we've played 500 rounds together. We've never once left the 18th hole, and both guys been like, that was fun. So it's like, we're just miserable. And it's like, I should give him, or he should be giving me like a stroke or two aside, but I refuse to take it. I'll never take a stroke from him. He's the only guy I'll never take a stroke from. And I mean, I think I've single-handedly paid for his last 5 summers because I won't take a stroke.
Oh,
but,
dude, I respect the hell out of you.
I can't take a stroke from him.
I respect the hell out of you.
I heard you press every back nine.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
like
automatic.
Yeah, this guy ships it. No matter what he's doing, he ships
press
it.
every time, but you can't make him nervous. And then the other thing is, like, he's got no kids, so he plays 6 days a week. So this is all going to come back around. Like, eventually, when he matures into a normal human being, he's not going to be at the playing 6 times a week, and my kids will be 30 by the time he gets married. So then I'll be at the range every day, and so it'll all come back around.
In your 50s, you're going to be waxing him, and then you'll all have more dough too to be taken from him. And yeah. I know you said that you never both left and said that was fun, but the times you win must feel unreal.
Oh, it's never better. I mean, it happens about 50. I lose by 80% of the time because he's a 3. I'm like a 6 or a 7, but I can't take a stroke. I can't not press every 2 holes I'm down, and that's just how it goes.
So you're the only one other than Baker I didn't know. And the reason I fucked up off the hop there is I started studying for a guy named Devin. So there's so many fucking shores out there. And I was kind of reading along, and I think that you have a lacrosse background as well, or maybe your father does. But I was like, man, where's Nick and Quentin? I play with those guys. There's no connection here. So maybe one time we can get Devin on to interview, but fuck, I'm getting all jammed up because all the shores out there.
Wait, you'll love this. So Nick calls me today. He's like, you're going on Spittin Chiclets, right? He's like, yeah, I played with Biz. Nick goes, you want to know how I knew I was too good for the minors? He's like, you remember when me and Oni called you? And I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, me and Brian O'Neill were drunk one time, and we called you, and we're like, we're way over a point a game playing on a line with Biz. Fuck this league.
We're playing 2-on-3 against the other line.
No, they would have never fucking been on a line with me down there. So that's bullshit. Yeah, there's maybe by accident for like 20 seconds.
He said me and O'Neill had over a point a game playing on a line with Biz. That's when I knew I was way too good for the AHL.
And he would mope around to begin with. I couldn't imagine him the day that he was on my line. Or maybe not moped around. He's just a very, very chill individual.
Oh, he's got no heartbeat. He's gotten 0 heartbeat.
That's his like MO, like just doesn't give a shit.
No, he gives a shit. He just doesn't he coaches, he just doesn't. He's not like a rah guy at all. Not like, he doesn't like rah guys. He's not a rah guy.
He must have hated me.
It's just how he is.
He's like, this Bissonnette guy won't shut up.
Played with me, and he doesn't like the rah guys. I had pom-poms on beside him on the bench.
No, he's a good dude. My teammates, everyone who's played with both of us likes him better than me, so I'll give him that.
So I was talking to Quentin, and he says you're the tough guy to play with when you guys get teamed up in sports, because he says it's usually Baker and Nick, and then you and Quentin together when you guys are going 2v2 in the driveway. He says mainly basketball, you're the worst teammate of all time, and you like to refer to yourself in third person.
He's such an NBA guy, this guy, Biz. I'm telling you.
I love the NBA.
I know exactly. This kid loves the NBA more than anyone. It explains it all.
I don't know how hockey guys don't like it. I watch all the playoff games. I love it. It's like a reality show with basketball. I love everything about it. I love the interviews. I love everything.
You follow the fact that Durant went on a date with Atlanta Rhodes. You follow all the dirt stuff.
And brought another girl as a backup. I don't know how anyone who doesn't think that is funny or likes that. I don't understand.
Durant seems like he's
get away
pretty
with
funny.
Oh, yeah, he's an absolute character. But the stuff that they get away with, we were talking about it last podcast. I think it might have been Harden's security guard who's on salary with the team, got on the court when they were having a little, or was it Durant? Okay, yeah, it was Durant. Yeah. So you just follow all the bullshit, kind of like the rap drama.
Yeah, I love it.
And then going back to your driveway episodes, what's going on with that?
Yeah, I'm not a great 2-on-2 partner. And like it said, it's always me and Quentin versus Nick and Baker. And Baker's the most athletic by far. And yeah, Quentin and I normally aren't very successful in those.
Hey, so you ended up going to the national program, huh? You got to experience. It was still in Ann Arbor when you were there, right?
Yeah.
Were you like one of the top players? Like, no doubt you made that team at 16, 17, or were you kind of like a later bloomer?
Because like I was a little late developing. Like some of those guys, you know how it is for like 14 or 15-year-old guys. Like some guys are like 6'2" already and like really strong. I wasn't a guy like that. So I wasn't a for sure guy to make it, but like I ended up making it and really enjoyed my time there, and it was fun.
I got to go back to the club story because we kind of cut you off while we were Josh in there. Back on the bachelor party, what happened to your golf clubs?
Oh yeah, shit.
So I did. So I finally went. So I had a issue hitting a driver for 2 or 3 years where I'd have to hit like a 2-iron off the tee, and then so finally I was like, "Okay,
you're out of the game with that."
I'm gonna because then you're hitting like 6 irons into greens, and it's just it's a nightmare. So I went and saw some professionals and finally got a new set of clubs, and then once again because I refused to take strokes, had a pretty bad golf summer. And I was leaving for Switzerland the next day, and I was like, you know what? I want a clean slate. So I had my brother, when he drove into my apartment, pull around back, and I just threw my whole bag in the dumpster because I just wanted a clean slate. And he couldn't believe it. And then like 4 hours later, we're on our balcony, and I see Quentin like digging through the dumpster. And I like texted my wife. I'm like, did you know Quentin was coming over? She's like, no, he was in there grabbing like my putter and my wedges and everything else.
Oh my God.
Did you see all the shit that went down in the NBA today with Dallas? You've been following that? The Mavericks?
No, what was that?
Well, there was an article that came out the other day, and Cuban said it was all bullshit. Like it was, they were saying there was all kinds of disarray in the front office. Well, the last 48 hours, their GM of 16 years quit and their coach of 14 years quit. So basically, I guess he trusts this guy on the internet who used to be a gambler, gives him all the advice, and he basically tunes everybody else out. And these guys fucking bailed out the last 2 days.
No, I didn't hear that.
Right. What are your favorite things about the NBA? Like what draws you in? Like what players?
Well, just the whole thing of it, like you said, like the Kevin Durant bringing 2 girls on a date, like his security guard running on the court. Like there's always like James Harden.
You love the drama,
training
man.
camp because he's with his trainer in Las Vegas. Like I think it's great.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot more side drama in the NBA than there is in the NHL for sure. Joe, as a local kid, did you grow up always wanting to go to Denver? Were there any other college options for you, or was it Denver all the way?
It wasn't Denver. Actually, like there was a kid who was a couple years older than me named Drayson Bowman, who was kind of like my idol growing up. He was like the first kid to get drafted, I think, by Carolina. And he played hockey in the WHL. So that kind of perked my interest there. I was actually drafted in the WHL. But at the time, like you got drafted at 14 and then you had to take a year off. So I went to camp as a 14-year-old and thought it was the coolest thing ever. Like you're playing in a rink in front of 7,000, 8,000 fans. And it was my dad who was actually like, well, you can't play next year anyway, so give it a year. And if you still want to go that way in a year, go that way. And that's when I ended up at the national program. So you're hanging out on like University of Michigan's campus because at the time it was in Ann Arbor. And I realized that the college scene was pretty cool and decided to go that way.
How much did you love the Avs? What were you, like 8 years old when they won it with Bork?
Yeah, so it was pretty cool. Like that's kind of how I got into hockey is because like I said, my dad played lacrosse and my mom was a tennis player, like no hockey background at all. But like when the Avs moved here, like when there was no salary cap or anything. So they had like 12 Hall of Famers on their team. So it was like, even for non-hockey fans, like watching the Avs win the cup was kind of like the thing to do. And it was like, I actually got to play with like, I know Ryan Bork and Chris Bork pretty well. And like still as a kid watching like Sakic turn and give him that cup. Like I think that was one of the coolest things in hockey ever.
I think I was talking to Quentin and he said that you mentioned your father with a lacrosse background. He would watch all the hockey and you watched as a 3-year-old and you saw the Stanley Cup final game. And that's why you got you into skating, right?
Yeah, it was like that. Like I said, my dad didn't even play, but it was just like everyone in Colorado was loving the Avs because they were such a big deal in town, and kind of that's how I got into it. And it was like, it's kind of cool because it's back now, but like when I was growing up, like getting a ticket to the Avs game was like unheard of. And then they took a couple of years off, and now that they're good again, Denver is like a great
bandwagon town.
Yeah, it's like a great bandwagon town.
Not
like
the Broncos, right? Are they diehard for the Broncos?
Yeah, Broncos are probably the one team that they're diehard for, but anything else is kind of like when the Rockies made that run a few years ago.
That was sick.
Yeah, so it's like other than the Broncos, it's a pretty fair weather sports town, but like when things are going good, I think it's a pretty tough place to be.
Well, it's kind of hard because it's not like a crazy populated city, and it's got all 4 major sports, so they can just like hop around to who's ever having the most success. It's kind of like Arizona. Everybody's on the Suns train, but 4 years ago, it was so easy to get a ticket.
Yeah, big Chris Paul fan. Point God.
Who do you remember as the like the vets? I guess it would be like Jovo and stuff when you got up to the show.
Yeah, it was like so. I felt like my first 2 or 3 years in the league, I mean, Biz, you might know more than me, but I felt like that was kind of like the last, like, kind of breed of, like, old school guys. Like, I don't know. Like, that's kind of how I felt. So that would have been in, like, 2012 to, like, 2014. So it's like when I started in Florida, it was like Jovo, Versteeg was there, Gomer was there.
Versteeg was amazing to play with, man.
Versteeg was the best.
I love that guy.
I've never seen.
He would be miserable sometimes.
He was another Whit.
I'd only played in like college and like the AHL. Like everyone tells the coach yes. Versteeg was like the first player like I saw like at the time like Kevin Dineen was coaching and he'd be like, Steger, like get in my office. And like Steger would look at him and just be like, nah, I'm fucking busy. Or like he'd be like, nah, I got to take my stick and like shit like that. Like he was the first player I ever saw like just blatantly like tell a coach like, nah, like we're going to do it my way. And I was just like, as a young kid I was like, I didn't even know what to say some of the time.
You played with Goma too. He was on one of those first couple of years with the Panthers, wasn't he? Scott Gomez.
Gomer was like one of the best teammates I ever had. And I spent a lot of time with Gomer that year because I either played with him on the fourth line or was healthy scratched with him. And like either of those were great because like the shit he would say to me when I would play with him would be like if it was a 2-on-1, I'd try and force him the puck and he'd come back to the bench and just look at me with like disappointment and be like, kid, I've seen you try and make a pass. Just shoot it. And like, he'd say stuff like that. Or like, he'd be like, if he scored a goal in practice, like he scored a goal in practice, I'd be like, Gomer, nice shot. And he'd look at me dead serious and be like, I don't know how many goals he has, but he's like, kid, I have 6, like whatever. I have 350 goals. And he'd just stare at me. And then like off the ice, the guy was just like, he was a legend too. Like he was,
he's everyone
generous
said on
too.
this before. He's the most generous human being alive.
You'll love this. And then it was like, and so like he loved it, like because I loved him, right? So it's like one time he put like I guess it would be a 5-figure number on the board. And like and we hadn't played in a while. Like we were playing fourth line. We were out of playoffs in Florida. I was like, Gomer, like why'd you put that on the board? And he'd look at me and just be like, 'cause I can, kid. And he'd just walk away. Like he
Dude, I remember, it had to be 2006, maybe. And I was at this, like, it was a club, I guess, in Boston back then. And I was with, like, 15 guys, some girls, probably 20 people. And Jay Pandolfo showed up, and Gomez was in town to see him. And so those two had, like, a table with, like, 3 people. And at the end of the night, I was like, I'll get the bill. She's like, no, Scott paid it. And he was like, I think
any person you talk to in hockey could tell you that exact same story about him just like picking up a check and ghosting.
It must have been like $5,000. He didn't know anyone. I hadn't even met him. I was like, that is ridiculous. Just a nice guy.
Going back to Gomer, even when he came here, we did a little bit of an interview, and then he had his sister like send in a shipment of like wild salmon that they just caught from like a couple days before. So he kind of like you said with between you and your brother, you've played with every player from like in the last like 15 years who have played because you guys have been such suitcases. He's paid for a meal for all those guys.
For sure. There was a time when we were both healthy scratched in Columbus the day before the Olympic break. I don't know what year that would have been, 2014. And I text him. I'm like, Gomer, are we going to dinner? And the game was at 7:00. He's like, yeah, 6:30 lobby. So I'm like, that seems like a little bit tight for dinner, but like I'm not going to tell Gomer like, no, let's go earlier. So 6:30 we go. Best, I don't know where we went, somewhere like probably best restaurant in Columbus. We sit down, it's like 6:50. I'm kind of like starting to get real nervous here. I'm like, Gomer, like, are we going to eat here? Like, let's order. He's like, kid, we're healthy scratched. We'll watch the game on the TV. I'm like, okay. Next thing you know, like nicest couple bottles of wine come, and then Urban Meyer walks into the restaurant, like the football coach. Next thing you know, like he's sitting at our table with me and Gomer, because that's just how Gomer is. Like he knows everyone, and like people drawing him. So we're watching the Panthers game. I'm sitting there with Gomer and Urban Meyer when like I'm panicking because I'm supposed to be at the game. We get out Florida gets pumped during the game. So we're running into the arena as fans are leaving, and the cannon, in Columbus is just going off. Just sit at the back of the bus, and Gomer just.
Hey, that probably would have got you sent down that night. Like a young kid that's not even at the game.
I wasn't, and I didn't know what to do though. Like I first,
you can't say no.
And it got to the point when Urban Meyer was sitting there with me and Gomer. I wasn't going to be like, "Okay, like we're going to the game," but I guess I could just blame it on Gomer if I was, if I had to.
Yeah, he would have been like, "I got your back, kid. You're fine. You're fine."
Yeah, we got beat 7-0 one time, and the next day you were there. Were you there in St. Louis? Remember we had that football day?
That was my last. I think that was it. I think when I got back, I might have
we got beat 7-0, and we had a team event the next day, and we're in the line at breakfast in front of all of the coaches. He looks at me and goes, "I was healthy scratched. Hey, kid, how happy are you this morning?" And I knew what he was talking about because I was pissed I didn't play. But I just played it off like, I'm like, "Oh, what do you mean? Like, that was a tough loss or something." He's like, in front of the whole coaching staff, "You just got healthy scratched and we got beat 7-0. Just walks out of the room.
Well, who are some of the other vets? You said Joe Vanoski. You must have some good Jovo stories.
Yeah, so it was like after my first year, I had wrist surgery, and I'll never forget, so he lived in Florida at the time, and I was there by myself, and it was me and maybe a couple other young guys were there doing something like rehab, and he told us to come to his house to watch a playoff game. We show up at his house, and we're about to sit down on the couch. He's like, "Nah, we're not watching in here." We walk out back of his house. Some sick boat pulls up. It's his boat. We go watch the games on his boat, in the middle of the ocean. He's got TVs everywhere and shit. So no, he was a pretty cool guy as well.
Oh yeah,
that's an NHL night.
He's a National League type guy. Don't trust him on the golf course. His short game is a joke.
Oh, dude.
Well,
he's not a 4 handicap. I'll tell you that.
Wait, you'll love this one. I played poker with him, right? So I knew him that summer. And as a young kid, all I wanted to do was get on the team poker table. But at that time, young guys didn't get on it. So I knew Jovo from the summer. So he's like, "Shorzy, come on, let's play." So I'm pumped, right? And I go sit down. There's Stephen Weiss, all these vet guys. The stewardess or whatever, there was no blanket for the chips. So Jovo in front of everyone looks at me and he's like, "Shorzy, grab all your dress shirts." And at the time, luckily, I didn't know what to do because I couldn't get up because I was like, "Okay, if I get up, I just look pathetic." But I couldn't be like, "No, fuck you" back to him. So I waited him out 10 seconds, and then he's such a good guy. He started laughing, but I legit had anxiety for 10 seconds. I was like, "Okay, I can't get up here," but I can't tell him. So no, he was awesome.
All your properly folded shirts.
He was great.
I would have got up and done it. Snippety snap.
Hey, did you ever get a chance on one of the top lines there? Were you always kind of shriveled?
It was so I feel like now looking back that
you were a good player, dude. Fuck.
I feel like that was kind of my problem was I felt like I wasn't quite good enough to play top 6. And I never was really able to establish a bottom 6 role. And now looking back, well, that's another reason I kind of want to get into the agency business just because I wish someone at the time when I'd complain in Florida and stuff about not being on the power play and stuff, I wish someone would have grabbed me and been like, "Listen,
that ain't it, dude.
You're you need to be the best third line center you can possibly be." I didn't need someone to be yeah, sure. Ask for a trade or someone should have just sat me down and gave me the honest truth. Been "Listen, if you want to play for 10 years, you need to be the best third line center you can be." And I never really got that honest advice. And I was just never, like you said, I wasn't quite good enough to be a top 6 guy. And at the time, bottom 6 would be me, Peros, and Chris Barch. It's a little bit different now, but it was so I wasn't really a 4th line guy at the time anyway. So I feel that was kind of, one of my downfalls.
Yeah. We've talked a lot about guys who are willing to kind of accept that they're not going to be, and not that you wouldn't have accepted it. It's just you wish you knew, right? I mean, it's you could have been a pretty sick third line center if you'd been so focused on that at 21, opposed to getting points and having to produce to get called up.
I wouldn't have done it. I just wish someone would have. I wish I would have had a little bit more of a direction.
We had somebody on, and I think it was Chris Thorburn, and he wanted to introduce this type of role. So these guys, especially not coming from backgrounds, with family members who have played hockey, where those types of conversations can happen to where he doesn't feel that he's going to go back to the coach and be like, "Yeah, this guy wants more PP time." Just he needs that conversation, and I don't know if it's because the coaches sometimes are so wrapped up in keeping everybody organized and game plan and all that maybe some of them just don't have that approach where they spark up that conversation. So there's never that dialogue happening. Would you have felt comfortable going up to the head coach and having that conversation?
No, not at the time at all. And I mean, like you said, I just feel like it was uncomfortable. Like, you mean, you wanted as a player to stand up for yourself, but you also didn't want to come off as a guy who, you know what I mean? Like thought he was above the team or something like that.
For sure.
Sorry, Biz.
I was just going to quickly go back to yeah, I agree. There was a window there of when the old school guys kind of got drifted out. Like when we came in the league, who was your captain in Wilkes-Barre? Whit? Was it Nazardine?
Yes, and a true veteran, unreal guy that was old school.
So there was just kind of order in the locker room, and you did notice as time went on, I guess, it just got a little bit different, and there weren't really those throwbacks. And that's because a lot of things got younger too over the course of that time as well.
Yeah, I guess like if I think about it, like my first couple of years, there were tons of guys like in their mid 30s, I felt like, who had been around forever. And I mean, as you guys know now, like, I mean, I don't know how many teams, but like every team might have one or two of those guys, but the majority of guys are 20 to 24. So, I mean, I think that definitely could contribute to that.
Who was like the one throwback you played with? Like you couldn't even believe that this guy was still, like he was just from a different era.
Whit, you'll laugh at this, but do you know the name John Sim?
Oh yeah, I know. I don't know Simmer, but I played against him. I heard he was hilarious.
So Simmer like came back to San Antonio my first year. I think he won a cup in Dallas and stuff. And the team wouldn't buy him Easton sticks. So he told him in practice he wouldn't like go to the net and tip pucks, and he'd turn his stick over when he was like in front of the net because he wanted to save his Easton sticks. So yeah, I would say like I just remember seeing that guy and being like, he got traded to us and he met us at the airport, and all the boys were looking and thought we got a new coach. But no, he was definitely old school.
I think he liked his pops too, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he had a few of those. Yeah.
Drew, Florida traded you to Calgary. Were you happy to get traded given the states of each team? Florida was kind of doing shitty. Calgary was heading the playoffs.
Well, like I was kind of talking about, I was really excited at the time because I thought I was like going to be going right to power play one and stuff like that. And then I went to Calgary and met Bob Hartley, and things did not go as planned there.
Wow. Not a big fan of Shoresy?
No, not really. Like Biz, you might know, you had a lot of healthy scratches. I think he's the only head coach in NHL history to like do the morning skate. Then he'd go off and do media. Then he would come back on the ice to skate the healthy scratches.
Oh, usually it's the assistants and they like can be somewhat easier, right?
Yeah. It's always this. It got to the point where it was so bad, like at home, like like on the road, when we'd skate after, guys would start paying the Zamboni guys at the rink to come clean the ice because it was it was to the point of the worst bag skates I've ever had. And
you'd have to wait the 20 minutes for him to do the media too before you started it.
You'd skate with the assistants while he did the media, and then he'd come on and just roast you himself every day.
Would you be doing like at least skill stuff?
Oh, no. It would just be like skate down to the ice, stop in the crease, skate back. Like it was.
What have you heard on like what he's like in the KHL? They won it.
Yeah, but you know how it's a little bit different over there. Like there, like I think he's like a good coach for like 1 or 2 years because like he's very detailed, like he's very hard on guys, but it gets to a point where it's like when he's somewhere for an extended period of time, that type of coaching just wears on guys to the point of like guys, I mean, making a lot of money and stuff like on long-term deals are eventually just going to tune him out.
He's a player's coach in the KHL. That's the difference, though, because they go from like military backgrounds.
I don't know. I haven't played for him over there, but I couldn't imagine him being a player's coach even over there.
I saw your Instagram post, and you were thanking everybody, and you thanked your coaches, and then you said, well, most of them, and obviously you didn't get along with Hartley. Was a coach like that like detrimental to a point, like he's just not even helping you at all at a certain point?
Yeah, I mean, I was like to the point of, well, the other thing is like when I got traded there, like I said, Florida wasn't very good. And that was the year they had a really good team. So I kind of got traded there as the 13th forward. So it was never really a spot in the lineup as it is. And as a young guy who didn't really have myself established in the NHL, it was tough going right to a playoff team when guys were rolling and stuff like that. Do you guys remember the name Dougie Murray?
Douglas Murray?
Yeah, Douglas Murray.
Yeah,
so, the guy who played in San Jose?
Yeah, with like a very big head, you'd know him.
Yeah, he's a Viking,
right? So I've actually been told by several people that nobody in the world can hang with him.
No,
no one.
He came in and when I met him in Vegas, and he picked me up and squatted me and then chugged 2 beers and then put me down. He's a complete Viking when he parties.
Okay, so he comes into Calgary on a PTO that year, and Bob's like, the referee circle, like in front of the penalty box? It's probably like, it's probably like 4 feet. Like the whole circle, the half circle is probably 4 feet. Me and Dougie Murray, so I'm 22-year-old, just traded there. Me and Dougie Murray are doing one-on-ones against each other in the referee circle at center ice. It was like, oh my God.
In warm-ups, dude?
No, it was like during one of our bag skates. It was just like we were the 2 guys. Like he was the extra guy.
God,
and it was like, like this guy, like you said, like Biz said, this guy was a Viking. Like he could pick Biz up, slam 2 beers and put him down. How do you think him and I were doing one-on-one? Like it almost like he felt bad for me, so he took it easy on me because he's like, this is fucked.
He could have killed you.
No, he could have killed me.
That's why he transitioned perfectly to the KHL. That's the type of shit that you can get away with over there. I had a guy, Dave King, who was very similar to that. He coached over in the KHL. We were doing some stuff that I was like, this is like, come on here. And it was like 45. He would grab me after practice on regular days. So not only did I have the healthy scratch bag skates,
the normal days,
I was just like hiding behind guys, and then he, peek around, and then boom, he'd snag in. You're like, fuck, there goes another 30 minutes. But hey, I guess it kept you in better shape. And for him, it seemed like more of a punishment.
Yeah, that's how it was with Bob. It was like I was in good shape, but everyone who skated with him had a groin or a hip flexor issue when they finally did play. So I don't know how good a shape you're in.
As far as social media goes, Quentin was saying that you'll send out funny videos to them, and you'll send it out to everybody on your text chain or whoever it's going to. And it'll say, Drew thought this was funny. And they're like, yeah, like we know, like, so you don't know how to use social media.
So I was never a big social media fan, like when I was playing and stuff, just because I never really got into that stuff. But now that I'm transitioning, that's what these young kids are really into. So I'm trying to get into it a little bit. But yes, I like to send, I have the same 50 people, like if my friends selected, I just send them everything. It's like my wife's actually one of them. And like, so she'll get like golfing videos or something else. And I don't think she's watched one of the videos I've ever sent her.
So him and his, I think it was your brother and your wife were like, how many has he sent you that you haven't looked at? And then they both compared, and it was like 40 something.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
So everything you think is funny, you'll just send everybody's way.
Yeah, it's not my fault. Some people don't have a good sense of humor, but
exactly.
And one of the things you send apparently is gambling picks too. You think you're the gambling guru,
dude. He thinks he's Billy Waters. Is that his name?
Billy Walters.
Billy Walters. That's who you are.
Well, I'm a big NBA fan, so I mean, I do like to. I'm not going to turn down free money. That's for
Tim Donaghy was like your uncle, that ref at the NBA. You guys are related, I think.
No, but Whit, do you remember the one year you and I we picked every series on who we thought was going to win? And I remember because I was on vacation and we'd be texting each other, but that was pretty funny. But yeah.
Yeah. We were going back and forth. You love shipping the cards at the blackjack table. I was talking to Willie Garrett Wilson, one of the all-time great teammates. I had that guy, and he said one night they let you stay in Vegas on a crossover, and you ended up making like month's salary.
Yeah, so we played in Iowa, and then to get home in the American League, we had to fly through Vegas. So I actually went up to Tom Rowe, and I was like, Tom, if we win this game, like you don't care if guys accidentally miss the next flight as long as we're at practice on Monday. And he was like you said, you know how he was. He was a pretty good guy, but he was old school.
He'd be very happy or very mad.
Yeah, and it was like it was either like he was going to be disappointed if you got off the plane, or he'd be judging you if you didn't get off the plane.
Yeah, you didn't know.
It's like you weren't a team guy, but yeah, I respect that. But yeah, Garrett Wilson was one of the best teammates ever. We played a lot of golf, me, you, and him, and we had a good night.
I love that.
After Calgary, you ended up going to Switzerland. How'd you end up over there? Was it the best offer? You wanted to change your pace? What's the story behind that?
Yeah, that was another thing. It was like, obviously, I wish now, looking back, I felt like I gave up on the NHL dream a little too early. Like I went over only at like 25 years old. And the first year I went over there was awesome. It was, I played for Cloton, so I lived like 5 or 10 minutes outside of Zurich. And we had like 4 North American imports who all had girlfriends. No one had kids. And it was awesome. I had no idea what to expect. And and it was a blast.
When I went over to Russia, I wanted to play in Switzerland so bad. And that team for like a week or two, you know how weird it is when you try to get over to Europe? Like, it's just so different. At least it was for me. And all of a sudden I heard like they were out. I wasn't getting a contract. I was like, oh my God. Cause I'd done all my research. It was right outside Zurich, crazy fans, right?
Yeah. The fans there are awesome. It's like, I think that was one of the coolest things is like some of the rinks, like Bern in the league has like 18,000 fans. But like 12,000 of them are like soccer fans, and it's like standing room only. So it's like 18,000 awesome. Seems like it's probably the same attendance as an NHL game, but it's 12,000 of those people chanting the whole game, playing drums, stuff like that. And it was awesome.
In a way smaller arena too.
Yeah. And it was like you get to travel a lot. Like I'd never really traveled. I'd been to Europe for hockey, but it was like if we had 2-3 days off, we'd go to like London or like Monte Carlo or something. And it was awesome.
Did it fuck with you at first with all the chanting nonstop playing? Because when I played over there before, it messed me up a little bit.
Yeah, but
I liked it. I was like, I don't know, I enjoyed it, and it was like, I don't know, I feel like it gave you a little bit of energy, so I liked that.
What was the best spot you went to when you did your traveling?
I was a big fan of London. Like to me, London was like had all of kind of the best things about Europe, but also like there's a lot of English and stuff like that. So it almost felt like a little bit of a European New York for me. So I think London was probably the best spot I went.
So you had a big year, and then you know, I guess you're figuring like I'll go give the NHL a shot again, especially if I can get a deal. And so you go to Vancouver. What happens right when you get there?
So I had a good year. You'll love this. So I had a good year. I had like 3-4 teams kind of all say like, come in, like you know what I mean? We'll come in, we'll give you a great opportunity. This is your chance. So like I got on that plane in Switzerland thinking like, I'm never coming back to Europe. Like this is my chance. And so like in Vancouver at the time was out of the playoffs because there's a deadline now where like if you sign late, like you're not eligible to play in the playoffs. So it was like, my whole kind of talk with them was like, we got 5 or 6 forwards who need to have season ending surgery. So we're going to shut all those guys down so they can, you know what I mean, start their rehab. We'll come in, give you a great opportunity and go from there. So I'm like, perfect. So I play in Switzerland on Saturday night, fly on Sunday. Monday morning is an optional morning skate in Vancouver. They're like team meeting at 8:00. Like I'm super jet lagged. Like, you know what I mean? You know how it is when you fly back over there.
Yeah.
And like we have this meeting and they're like, you know what? No one's quitting on this season. They're like, I know guys are banged up, but like how we finish this year is how we're going to start the next year. So this is
the
day
biggest
one.
lie
like,
in pro sports.
I'm like, here we go. So it's like start the game, like 4th line left wing. And then so then like that night, I'll never forget in Vancouver, I've been playing on Olympic ice all year and I play center. So it was like I'm lining up on left wing, which I had never played in warmups. Like we're doing like 3-on-2 like breakouts and stuff. And I'm calling for the puck. I'm all fired up like adrenaline zone. And I run into the boards. Like, you know how when you're opening up to pivot, and this is like first game back in Vancouver, I'm opening up in warmups. You know, you're used to having 6-8 feet in Europe and it's like back to the NHL sheet. Boom. Ended up actually having a good game, got an assist that game. And I was like, okay, here we go. I'm like, I'm
back,
done
baby.
with Europe. Like, I'm back, like baby, and then like I end up playing like 12 or 13 more games, finished with 2 assists. I actually really enjoyed it. Like it was pretty cool. I at the year-end party, I sat next to one of the Sedins, like just with my wife, him and his wife, and like to this day, I still have no idea which one it was. Like, I was there for 1 month, like with those guys every day. Sat with one of them at one of the dinners, and I have no idea who it was.
Oh, shit. I actually said to people, is there any chance you know? And they said, if you're there a little while, yeah. But if you're there early on, you have no clue.
That was like growing up. So I played a couple years of minor hockey in Vancouver, like when there wasn't any AAA or competitive hockey in Denver. So it was like I kind of idolized those guys.
What do you mean?
Up.
You'd fly out there every weekend?
No, it was like, so when I was like 14, 15, before I went to the national program, there was like no hockey in Denver. And now there's AAA teams everywhere. Like there's people like that. And that Drayson Bowman, who I talked about a little bit, his family lived there. So I spent some time up there playing with him. So I obviously got to watch the Canucks, and then coming back years later.
That's cool.
Yeah, it was cool.
And then back to Switzerland, because you figure, all right, money's pretty good. Life's pretty good over there.
Yeah, well, it was like I said, my first year, I kind of had like I had a really good year. My wife and I had no kids and stuff. So it was like we were traveling all the time. And then at the time I was like, got a really good offer from Zurich where it was like, even if I would have gotten a one-way in the NHL, like this was still better for me financially. And it was like, I got to play a lot. Like I was enjoying playing hockey. So just decided to go back.
What'd you think of that? Like, I mean, were you looking to get to the KHL? Because some guys want to get there. It's where the most dough is. Or were you pretty
I was
happy with
in Switzerland, and like we were having my first daughter right away, kind of that first year. So I was comfortable there. And like looking back now, I wish I would have went to the KHL before I had kids and stuff. You know what I mean? Like I kind of did a kind of story of my career, but I kind of did everything backwards. Like you should go to Russia when you're single or you have no kids and stuff like that. I was in Switzerland, you know what I mean, with just a or wife at the time. Yeah, wife, and like no kids. And then I went.
Were we married yet?
Tried going to Russia with a kid. Yeah, it was a bit of a different situation.
Did you enjoy your 2 years there, though?
Yeah, I mean, I loved it. Zurich's one of the coolest cities in the world. Like, it's awesome. We won the championship my first year there. We had an unbelievable group of guys.
Was Shannon on that team or no?
What? Was
Ryan Shannon retired?
Yeah, Ryan Shannon retired the year before.
Okay.
Kevin Klein came over that year.
Oh, nice.
Do you know him at all?
Yeah, he played for the St. Mike's Majors.
Yeah, he was awesome. So like, and he was so good to have over there because he had $4 million left on his deal in the Rangers and just was like, nah, I'm good. So he comes over to Switzerland to play with us, and he was still an unreal player, but he just, obviously his care level was pretty low at the time. So it was like anytime the boys needed a day off or like if they made us skate too long or something like that, he was the first one to stand up.
Oh my God. Nielsen was on that team?
Yeah, this guy was like, I think he might have been the best passer I've ever played with.
Buddy, he's one of the most skilled people I've ever seen play hockey.
Yeah.
Was he with the Islanders?
Yeah, he played like in the NHL like 200 games and had like 100 and something points, and then just like
I think
ended up going to
concussions.
Russia. And he had a couple head issues when I started playing with him, but his skill level was through the roof.
Unreal.
What'd you think of Russia when you got there, dude? Sorry, Biz.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, I want to talk more about Russia, but I was going to ask you about the Quebec Pee Wee tournament because we got to mention like every single.
Did you win it?
No, I mean, I remember it being really fun, but it was like, I don't think we won it or anything. Yeah.
Loser.
Yeah, I did.
No good.
So you go to Switzerland, from Switzerland to China, right?
Yeah.
That must have been a bit of a culture shock, no?
Yeah, it was and it wasn't. Like, so at the time, so the way it works in Russia is all the Russian team get 5 imports. So 5 non-Russians are allowed to play on their team. And all of the teams outside of Russia don't have an import limit. So I kind of had like a false first year when I went to China because there were like 10 or 15 North American guys there.
Yipper said it's the funnest place in the world too, Shanghai.
It was unbelievable. And it was like, you guys know, like Brandon Yip, Wolski was there, Victor Bartley, and like we were pretty good. And it was just like 15 North Americans, like, you know what I mean? Like running around, and like I was there by myself. So, I mean, we spent a lot of time together, and like we had a couple guys like Marty St. Pierre and stuff, like guys who had been in the league. Like if you get dropped off in Moscow as like an American, you just feel like you're in like, it'd be like dropping someone off in New York City who doesn't speak any English. You'd just be so overwhelmed. But like if you go with guys who have been there and stuff before, who know where all the good restaurants are, good hotels, good places to hang out, it makes it a lot better. So I really enjoyed that first year with those guys.
What was Yipper like?
Awesome. Like,
love that guy.
So he was the captain at the time. And so I played on a line with him and Wolski. And he had like a high ankle sprain at the time. And this was the year he scored 20 goals. I think he had like 8 power play goals and 7 empty net goals. And so he couldn't practice. And so he obviously was enjoying his beers off the ice. And then on the ice, it would be like we'd get a power play and like the puck would just, he played net front and the puck would just like come to him and he just put it in the back of the net. And then that would be it. But
hey, that's awesome. All that matters over there.
Yeah, and points are all that matters. Like
it's insane.
Yeah, it's like, so I really enjoyed that. And then like, I'll never forget though, the travel in China was insane. Like it was like, it's like a 12-hour flight to Moscow. So, and I just remember like getting a visa as a pain there and everything. And our first road trip, we were going China, Moscow. And I was with Yipper and these guys and we're on the plane. And I remember falling asleep because I'd been traveling and I was exhausted, and the plane lands. I'm looking at these guys and I'm like, oh, that wasn't too bad. I like start to pack my stuff together, and Yipper looks at me and is like, bro, what are you doing? I'm like, getting my stuff together. He's like, we stopped to get gas. So when we would fly from China to Moscow, we'd have to stop in Sibir, which is actually a great city, to get gas just to make it all the way to Moscow.
Goodness. Did you end up meeting Billy, the billionaire owner?
I did, and it was kind of funny. So I actually called Brandon Yip Billy Yip because like he would be his son. So like Yipper would play horrible, and this guy who didn't know anything about hockey would come in after the game and be like, great job, in front of the whole team. He wouldn't give a speech to the team. He would just say like, God bless Brandon, good game, Brandon. But like Yipper was pretty good. Like Yipper would like tell him, like he'd come in before the game, and Yipper would tell, we'd be out of the playoffs at that point and be like, hey Billy, like Billy's friends would be at the game, and he'd be like, we need double or triple bonus if you want us to win this game. And he'd be like, okay, he didn't care. So it'd be like double bonus. And like that never happens for teams who are like out of the playoffs, but like Yipper was awesome.
Double bonus, triple bonus. I think he told the story on our podcast when we had him.
Yeah,
So
those
funny.
if you want to see like guys get in front of shots and like block shots and stuff, just have one of those owners come in and say double or triple bonus.
What was Minsk like the next year?
So Minsk was awesome for a while. Like the thing about the KHL is like, so actually
You
now
played
that I'm
with
an agent,
Kostitsin, dude?
Yeah, listen, so I played with both Kostitsins.
Both of them.
And Andre Kostitsin to this day, like pound for pound, like might be the most skilled big guy I've ever seen. Like he's like 6'5", 260 pounds, and like can absolutely rip a puck. Like, and I
How
just
about
remember,
his
like,
snapshot?
it's so hard. Like I would be scared in practice because he didn't care if guys were in front of him. He'd just shoot it, right? So it was like you'd almost be scared out there because like your ankle would be right in front of him and he'd just shoot it. But Mintz was good. I like the thing about the KHL is when it's going good, it's amazing. So we got over to Minsk, and like I don't know if you know Marc-Andre Gregani at all, but like sick puck moving.
You play in Buffalo?
Yeah, European D-man, and like we had this thing there where they were like, "Okay, we're not giving you guys bonuses, but the way we're motivating you is if we win, day off no matter what. Like doesn't matter how bad we play."
Wow.
So
That's
I went
huge
over there. So I went over there. It's unheard of. So I went over there by myself, and like we had like 10 games in October, and we went like 9-0 or like 9-1. So I'm like calling my wife. I'm like, you can come here. Like the city's pretty good. Like we get days off all the time. Everything's great. So then a couple D-man get hurt, and like in Minsk, they don't have a super high budget. So like they need the imports to do well. We went on like an 8 or a 9 game skid, and it just turns into chaos. Like my final road trip there was like, I had an all-time road trip before I got fired. So it was like, I was leading the team when I got fired, and I had a pretty large bonus at 20 points, like for the whole season. Like at 20 points, I got a big bonus, and I got fired at 18 points. Oh. And at that time I had like a 5 or a 6 point scoring lead on like the next guy.
And that was another bonus.
And that was another one. So then it was like the week before I got fired, it was like we got beat 6-0 at home against Torpedo. And like normally we get the schedule at like 9 p.m. Nothing at 9, nothing at 10. At like 11 a.m., it was like be at the rink at 7. So I'm like, oh boy, here we go. Go up to the rink at 7. All of the game jerseys are still in the stall, like haven't been washed or anything. So I'm like, okay. They're like, you guys didn't work last night. We're going to work tonight. So I'm like, okay. So we go on the ice. The coaches don't come on the ice. They just put cones on the ice, and they sit in the stands with a microphone on it. It was like a speed skating rink. So instead of music, and it was like, so I was a centerman. So I had like a route with like 3 cones on each end, and I'd have to skate the route for 45 seconds and then sprint to the bench to change. Right. So we do this for like an hour. And then I think we're done for the day. And then we have to watch the whole game and then like have to decide like on the scoring chances against. So like in North America, they always do the scoring chances, but like guys don't really care. But like in Russia, none of the guys want to go on the sheet that goes to the coaches to be on like a scoring chance against. So we're sitting in this meeting, and guys are like almost up, like D-man are up, like screaming at forwards. And like, we don't really know what's going on, but it'll be like a forward turned over the puck and the D-man got walked. So like
they battled.
Yeah. Like whose guy is it? Right. So anyway, we're at the rink till like 5 or 6. So now we're tired, right? Going on this 3-game road trip. So not only are we bad, we're bad and tired. So like, this is good. So then we went, I don't know where we went. And I knew at the time that 20-point bonus was coming. So like all I wanted was this 20 points and like went pointless, like in the first game of the road trip, pointless, second game of the road trip, scored the third game of the road trip, but we lost 7-2 in UFA.
Good team.
Good team. Really good team. And my wife's back in Minsk now with my daughter at the time. So I was like all excited to get back for the day off. The day we got outshot like 52-12, I think, that night in UFA. The next day we have to go to church for like 3-4 hours. And finally Shane Prince, this guy, one of my good buddies, is like, what are we doing here? And they're like, we need better puck luck. We need better puck luck.
Shut up.
He's like, bro, we just got outshot 52-14. Like the scoring chances were 16-1. Like we don't need
and you're
better
praying.
Yeah. It was wild. But I mean, I enjoyed like, and then like I said, then I got fired.
What'd they say? Hey, see you later, bud.
Well,
were you just sitting in a church for 4 hours?
Well, we didn't know what was going on. And then like Prince is like, some of the guys can like kind of speak English and translate. And they were like, we need better luck. We need better luck. And Prince, who's a pretty funny guy, just lost it. He's like, the shots were 15-12. He's like, we lost 7-1. Like, we don't need better puck luck. Like, we need
through an interpreter.
We stink.
Yeah,
through an interpreter.
D-man who can pass the puck. Like, and then I ended up getting fired from there. Went home for a few weeks, and then ended up signing back in Torpedo, and like that was okay.
Any run-ins with the Russian gas?
No, so like this is my thing. Like, I know I've heard like a lot of guys like come in and talk about that on the pod. Like, so there's only a few teams in the league that have that. Like my brother has played on one of them, and it's like crazy expensive. So it's like there's only a few teams in the league that really are going to pay for that. But it was like overall, like aside from, I mean, obviously I wish I would have hit that.
It's gone up in price since we started talking about it on the podcast.
Yeah, probably. But I
right,
enjoyed
Whit,
my time.
all these other places used to have it all the time. No.
I always said I didn't have the gas. I got the shot. I got a shot, and I was like, buzzing. But I never had the gas mask. I never had that.
I know you didn't like it, but like I think a lot of it depends on as an import, it depends on your other group of imports. Because
no, dude, I didn't like hate it as much as probably it sounds. It was just so ridiculous to me. But having good imports, I had Corey Emerton was a really good guy. Andre Peterson from Sweden was the most ridiculous human. We had a good
He's still
group.
doing really good over there.
I know. That kid is a sick player, man. I remember I was like, how aren't you in the NHL? I was like, I don't know. I went to Anaheim or something, and then I just felt I want to make money.
But it's like, for people who don't know, it's like, so if you're over there as an American and you have like my first year in Switzerland, like 4 or 5 other like Canadians who like speak English or Americans or Swedish guys, like it can be really fun. But if you go over there with like a couple guys, like 3 or 4 other imports who speak no English, like it can be really lonely and be hard.
Was there any situation over there where you had to legit look somebody and say, no, like I'm not doing this. This is like, we're beyond the goalposts here.
No, I can't really think of anything. And like I said, like I always got like some of the paychecks were late, but like I always got all of my money and stuff. So like overall, I have pretty good experiences of it all.
All right. So then this year, I mean, I'm assuming you didn't know what you were going to do after the end of this season. Like now you have a job, you're retired, but you came back to the NHL again. How did you get a contract with Carolina? What all happened that off season?
Well, so my wife and I last year, like when I was in Russia, like I said, they came to Minsk for a while, but then they did not go to Torpedo, and I went back there for playoffs in the second half. And like my daughter's getting to be like almost 4 now. We wanted to have some more kids, so I just kind of wanted to be around. And like the funny thing about it was like, so I was like, okay, I'll sign back in North America no matter what deal I get, just so my family can all be together. But then like the season gets pushed back to like January when camp starts. My wife can't even fly. So it like ended up being like a disaster anyway. Like then I got sent to Chicago for a few weeks. Like then I'm on the taxi squad. So it was like, I'm back in North America. My wife like doesn't even know where I am. She's like, where are you today? Like you might as well have been in Russia. But like it was, Carolina was awesome though. It was, I enjoyed it there and it was pretty good.
So when did you realize you were going to become an agent and with Wasserman Agency? Like, has this been in the works for a while?
Whit, you'll laugh at this. So my 3rd year after my entry level deal, like I had enough games to file for arbitration. And so I went to Calgary for that playoff run, didn't play. at all, but I was still restricted by them going into the off season. So I had, once you play a certain number of games, you're eligible to file for arbitration. And that's like one of the times in your early career that a player has a little bit of leverage. So my agent at the time was like, no, like they really like you. Like, let's not file for arbitration. Like, I don't want to like piss them off. And I was like, at the time, like I've always understood hockey better than I've played hockey. Right. So it was like, at the time I'm like, no, like, let's
like, no, dude.
And like you file for arbitration, at least, you know what I mean? To at least protect myself. So we ended up not filing. Cause they're like, no way you'll go through waivers. I got waived in camp, had to drive from Calgary to Stockton. And I pulled up to this hotel with my wife at the time in Stockton, California. I don't know if you guys have been there.
It's right beside the rink, isn't it?
Yep. And there's like a beautiful lake out back. And I'm looking at this brown water and like this just disgusting lake. And at that time, I'm like, A, I'm firing my current agent. And B, I'm becoming an agent because some of these guys, the representation they're getting is just not like, it's not okay. So it was like, that was kind of the first time sitting in that hotel room, like looking at just the Stockton River. I was like, okay, like I want to try and help some guys out.
How'd you gas the guy?
Well, I was just going to say your frustration you must have been livid. Was he at least like apologetic about the whole thing?
Well, yeah, but the thing is like I fired him that day, right? So it was like he kind of apologized and stuff like that. But that was like one of the first, and I never thought about my career after hockey. And like when that occurred, and I was sitting in that hotel room, like looking in Stockton, I'm like, okay, like this is not it.
God,
your wife must have been. I know how you can get. She must have been like talking you off the ledge.
Yeah, that was another thing I had a little bit of an issue of is like I was always very high when I played, like very low. Like I was never in between.
Me too.
But
same.
That was like, it was kind of like I wish I could have been a little more just even keeled because like if you want to have a good long career, you can't be like that. But I was either like on top of the world, like even last year, like when I started off in Minsk and I was like leading the team in scoring, I was like, I'm the best player in the KHL. And then like 3 months later, it's December. I'd been fired, hadn't been played. And I'm like, I might never play again. So it was like, I have the
highs and lows, man. It's just, that's what kills you is the time in between, right? It's, if you can just be even keel and stay like the same way, it's just going to be so healthy, not only in like sports and life.
Yeah. I mean, you just waste so much energy, like being like, you know what I mean? And at the end of the day, like, it's not going to change anything. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, it's like, I mean, you live and learn, I guess.
Was the connection to your, to the agency you're now with, is it from Judd?
Yeah. So it's pretty funny. So once I found out, Judd was FaceTiming. So I was in Chicago for a bit this year and he FaceTimed one of his clients who I was just out to dinner with. And I was interested in getting into the agency world. So I was like, hey, like obviously I'd known Judd's story, how he kind of where he started at CAA and how successful he's become. And I was like, hey, can you give me his number? So I'm calling Judd for 2 days and he's not getting back to me. So finally I call him again and he's like, hey, like we had a really good relationship when I knew him, but this guy has a speech prepared to tell me how he doesn't have time to represent me as a player. So I'm like, he thinks I'm calling him to ask him to represent me. And this fucking guy is not answering my call because he doesn't want to tell me because he's good friends with me that he doesn't have time to represent me. But no, it's I'm really excited. Like it was
so Jerry Maguire couldn't get this kid a deal.
I love, like I said, I've always understood like the business side of hockey. And then like I was never represented by those guys at all. But it's just I've seen kind of what they've been able to accomplish, and I'm pretty pumped to be a part of it.
Is part of it the off ice as well? Because he's got Austin Matthews, and they're able to branch out because it's like a new game has evolved in the social media world with what guys can make on and off the ice.
Shoresy's strength.
Yeah, well, like I said, like you kind of laugh, but it's a joke. But I love the NBA. But that was also one of the things is like. I have a lot of interest outside of hockey. So kind of like what Judd and even Rachel and kind of Austin's team has been able to do for him in terms of like he's kind of been the first player to maybe start to cross over into other sports in terms of marketing. And I just think that that's so cool. And like, I want to learn a lot about that stuff too. You know what I mean? So it's like, I've definitely been pretty impressed by that. And it's pretty cool how successful they've been able to be with him off the ice.
Does the league have requirements for you to become an agent? Is there like a test or a process you have to do, like a license or anything like that?
You have to play blackjack straight for 12 hours. So he crushed it.
He's already qualified.
Highest score.
Oh,
ever.
is he a degenerate?
He just loves blackjack, dude.
It's a really I understand math. I'm smart, like I said. It's a long process, and you got to have references, and like you got to have a player and stuff like that. And like the other thing that like Judd and those guys sold me on is like, obviously I talked to a couple different agencies, like when I was going to feel out kind of who I was going to work for. And some of them kind of the role that they gave me was more just kind of like running around finding kids. But these guys, like all of their senior executives who have been super successful, like they represent McDavid, Matthews, have kind of said like, hey, like we'll teach you the business and like, you know what I mean? Make it so you can become a super successful agent. We're not just going to have you kind of running around doing stuff for us. And I mean, I want to become as good of an agent as I can become. So that's kind of why I was drawn to these guys.
Well, it's been a pleasure having you on, man. This was such a good convo to catch up. And we've said long time, we got to play more golf. So Sandbagger, maybe you and Nick take us two on. You guys can get along for once.
That would be an all-time rating thing for you guys. But yeah, it would be, it would be pretty good.
We'll do it.
Yeah.
Thanks
for having me on.
I got a few on the way out though. You said blackjack guy. Do you hit if you have 12 and you're seeing a 2 from the dealer?
The math says to hit, yes.
What about if they're showing a 3?
The math says to stay, no.
You go
he never plays though.
Everything by the book. What about if you have 11, are you doubling every time?
No.
Yes.
Every time?
Single time?
Yeah.
Even if they're showing a 10?
Yeah, this is like when a player has arbitration rights. You just use the rights because that's the thing to do. It's the same thing in cards and hockey and anything else. It's just like the numbers play a certain way, and that's the way you got to go.
You don't got the feel though.
Already, Biz.
You don't got the feel, baby. You got to have the feel sometimes. You got to know what's underneath sometimes, baby.
But the numbers don't lie. It always comes back to the numbers in the long run.
All right. Fair enough.
All right, buddy. Hey, it's great catching up. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Sounds good, guys. Appreciate it. Later.
Take care. Good luck on retirement, Drew. Big thanks to Drew Shore for joining us. I hope you guys were entertained. Some fantastic stories from a guy who just left hockey. So we were certainly entertained. We hope you were as well. Well, lately, folks, you might start noticing these strange tall boys of beer in the bottled water section of your local stores. Well, it's not beer. It's actually mountain spring water from the Alps, and it's called Liquid Death. This water is called Liquid Death because it will brutally murder your thirst, and their infinitely recyclable tallboy cans are helping to bring death to plastic bottles. They also donate 10% of the profits from every can sold to help kill plastic pollution. When I got a box, I thought it was malt liquor, so I had fun biz walking around, chugging out of it. People like, oh, there's already public drinking again. It's like, nope, just my Liquid Death water. By the way, I get the seltzer. I burned through the seltzer water in about 2 weeks. I love seltzer water. It's so good. So anyways, the freezing cold water from the Alps. And that's the thing, dude. Sometimes you hear a place, something gets bottled or canned. This stuff is legitimately canned in Austria, and I'm drinking it in Boston. It's so good. You get a frozen can of it. You cannot beat it. So go to liquiddeath.com/chiclets to get a free set of koozies with your first order of any case of water, or you can just grab some at any Whole Foods or 7-Eleven. Get out there and murder that thirst with Liquid Death. I'm on my 3rd can already today. Good stuff. All right. It wasn't all good stuff in the hockey world this week. Not everybody got paid or traded or whatever. And the Jack Eichel Buffalo saga. And that's what it is at this point. It's gotten officially ugly at this point. And Whit, I know you wanted to share your thoughts on this one.
Yeah, enormous news coming out of this entire Jack Eichel scenario in Buffalo, and that is a statement that his agents released. And for everyone knows, leading up, Eichel was hurt last year. He has a disc issue in his neck. He hasn't played. There's a surgery he wants, and his agents came out with this statement. The process is not working. As previously stated, we fully anticipated a trade by the start of the NHL free agency period. After the agreed upon and prescribed period for conservative rehabilitation lapsed in early June 2021, it was determined by the Sabres medical staff that a surgical procedure was required. The recommendation by Jack's independent neurosurgeon, other spine specialists consulted, and the surgery Jack feels most comfortable having in order to correct a herniated disc in his neck is to proceed with artificial disc replacement surgery. A further point of concern is that our camp was initially under the impression that the Sabres specialist was in agreement with the artificial disc replacement surgery until